Okay, I started early. I wish I had some cool introduction to play while I wait for people to come in. Since it's been so slow, I don't it's weird for me to start before anybody's in here. So, does anybody want I mean, I know how to edit, but I just don't have time. Does anybody want to help make me like a intro? That'd be awesome. Like I said, I edit, but like I've been just so busy that I keep putting it off. But I want to like do a cool intro. I went through like probably like 20 intros, and I only use them for like like temporarily because I'm never like fully satisfied with them. But I don't know. I need something. Hey, that Carly Armstrong. Hey, Bushi. I tried the AI stuff. I don't know if those of you that saw the live I did with True Crime Investigates with Anthony. I tried the AI stuff, the artificial intelligence that we were talking about. Anybody that was at that live, you'll know what we're talking about. And I was really disappointed though. I tried to create one and it was like, well, it wasn't what I was expecting. Let me just put it that way. I think I was expecting something way better. I think you probably have to pay good money to get stuff really good. So yeah, I was a little bit disappointed. And then I used the chat GPT and they only were able to pull from September 2021. So it's like, I can't, that's not going to be any help for me because I need current information. But anyway, um, how are you guys doing? Hey, Leonard, have you guys read these documents? I read them this morning, and holy crap, dude, I don't even know what to think. Um, I'm gonna read them here with you guys. I'll probably skip some chunks. I highlighted like the stuff I for sure want to read. I don't even know what to think. I mean, yeah, a part of me is like the defense is just desperate, and of course they want to find something, but then obviously what they're saying is true because they have all the evidence, so that all that stuff that they said we're going to go over it if you guys don't know yet, but they like laid out how the crime scene was staged, which remember this whole time we've been hearing how like the staging and like how they never gave specifics, but remember they would make little remarks like how it was like something else, like it was crazy, the staging and stuff. And then the fact that like the F, which we'll get to, was with Libby's blood, because some people were like, well, they could have been there before. There could have been hunters writing that stuff. Well, no, if that was Libby's blood, I don't know. It's just I know I'm like saying a bunch of stuff. We'll go through it all, but I don't know. A part of me thinks that how you can't make that stuff up. And the fact, with they go on to talk about how like Abby was wearing Libby's clothes and there was no blood on him, which that means they would have had to like put those clothes on her after. Like, how does one person do all that? Like all the stuff that you'll see, like I don't see one person being able to do it all. So, um, yeah. So I'm gonna read it. Hey, True Crime Investigates. Um, I tried to do it early so I could come to yours, even though I probably should have. No, I read it. I read basically all of the document, and then I try to like get as much information on that Brad Holder guy. I was able to find one painting that they talk about. Yeah, I was disappointed, True Crime. That Chat GPT only goes up to September 2021. And that's just not gonna help me for what I do. I need like current stuff. I was like, "What the heck? How are you?" They're like, "Sorry, September." We're like, and then like I put something like I forget what I put, that it was something current, and they said something like, "Well, you better not you don't want to start rumors or assuming like that this or something." It's like, "What are you talking about?" Anyway, all right. So hold on one second. Let me show you actually real quick. Well, actually, no, I'll bring it up when they talk about that painting. I'll bring up the painting that I was able to find, the painting that Brad did or whatever that they talk about. I'm not he like made everything private now, which is smart. So you can't find like a ton on him. All right, hold on one second. Let me do something really quick and then we'll start reading. Let's just start reading it because that's what I'm going to do is we're just going to read the majority of the majority of it. I'm gonna skip some of the, like I said, some of the stuff that's just kinda, you know, not as important. Okay, 1 second real quick. I just wanted to get this other painting ready, and then we'll go over it, you guys. So if you guys haven't read it, yeah, get ready for some very, like, shocking stuff as far as, like, what we've been told this whole freaking time. Well, what we haven't been told, I should say, but yeah, because it's more that they've kept so much from us rather than, like, told us wrong things. It's more that they just kept a lot of stuff. All right, 1 second. I'm trying to clear up when I show you the painting because supposedly it supposedly has like letters and like a date and stuff. So I'm trying to see if I could clear it up as much as possible. So when I show you that part when we read it. But all right, so let me bring up the document and um all right. So how many of you put well, just let me know how many of you already read all this and how many of you haven't read this yet? I'm just curious on if it's gonna like if any of it's gonna be new to anybody, or has most of you actually read it all? Okay, let me share my screen and we'll just. Oh yeah, Bushi, my email. Hold on 1 second. I'll give it to you. My email is here. I'm writing it out for you. Is it about this case? So I should look at it now, or is it about something else, Bushi? Mail.com. Okay. And it's so crazy how similar Brad and um Alan look. Isn't that here? Let me show you a couple pictures. It's like, wow, they look very similar. Let me bring up like here's one where somebody, I don't know who did this. It was in a group where somebody put them together. Like, so this is Brad and this is Richard. Like, look. Oh shoot. Hold on. We'll go with that in a minute. Oh man. Ah. Oh, we'll end up going through these pictures, but not all of them until as we read. But here, so like how much they look almost like they could be the same person. Isn't that kind of crazy? Okay, good. So this will be new to some people, right? Why does that keep skipping? Ugh. Okay. So yeah, this is hold on, let me bring like I have not I started to okay. Hi Sandra. Brad is Brad Holder is the guy you're gonna be hearing his name a lot in this document. So that's why I wanted to show you what he looks like. Um because his son was dating Abby at the time and he's like into Odinism and I guess there was well you'll see like the crime scene was staged in like ruins and like he like well we'll see as we read them and it'll make sense as we read the document of why he could potentially be important. Like I said, I still don't know, is this just a desperate attempt for the defense? But then how do you lie about the stuff that was there? So obviously the crime scene looked like that, right? So that's kind of crazy because what Richard has no past with like Odinism. Like they can't find any link with him and that. So if there was all these like symbols and stuff and it is Richard, why would he have left him? Would he have had time to do all this and stuff? So yeah, Brad is the father of Abby's boyfriend at the time. Logan was dating Abby, I guess, at the time. Um, so yeah, but we'll end up going through all these pictures and who some of these people are. But here's this is like Brad, like through this is I guess this is what he looks like more now. So he shaved. I guess one of the arguments a lot of people are saying is like back because there's pictures of him obviously. Well, right there, where that one, where is it? Hold on. That one I just had up. It showed a date. Where is it? Hold on. I'll show you. Oh, this one. So, as far as, like, what he looked like at the time, so this is from February 15th, 2017. So, it shows you he had that big beard, so people are saying, "Well, he didn't have a the BG didn't have a big beard like that, so it can't be him." First of all, if we're gonna believe this theory, it's more than one person, right? Yeah. No, I'm working. No, yeah. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Um, so, what was I gonna do? See, I just got off track. Ugh. Yeah, so it would be multiple people, number 1. Number 2, how do we know 100% that BG didn't have a big beard? I mean, you can only see so much, but like I said, I mean, it doesn't I don't think we could tell that much from that picture that maybe he did because his face was kinda covered, or it could have been one of the other guys that they, because they this theory is like it's a group of people, you know? Um, okay, hold on one second. So yeah, this would have been the day after, see February 15th, 2017. They're at the gym. And then like he does this video. I have a video like somebody was able to grab a TikTok video where he's wearing the hats and stuff saying, "Oh, does this make me a murderer?" Because you know how a lot of people thought maybe BG had like a hat like that on. But wait, there's one I wanted to show you. Hold on a second. Where's the ones? Oh, like these ones where but we'll go through the pictures later too. But these are like these rituals from the Odinism or whatever that he's involved with. So, hey, Kate. And also, if True Crime Investigates is still in there, he knows he's like the expert on Delphi. So, if you have any questions, you could ask him too. So yeah. All right, let's just start reading the documents and we'll go through the pictures and that painting and stuff as we go so it makes more sense. Okay. Kate, how are you doing by the way? I wanted to reach out to you. I don't know how to get in contact with you. Um do you have an email? I was going to reach out to you cuz I read your comment. So have you guys ever tried C4 energy drink? Superhuman performance cuz I'm drinking it now. But anyway, yeah, True Crime Investigates he's doing a live what time is that? Cuz when you sent it to me it said in 9 hours. So whatever time that is, that was a couple hours ago though. So, okay. So let's start. So this is Richard Allen's defense is the one um I'll do it like this. There we go. Yeah. Making this is them um to the court. Okay, so memorandum in support of the accused motion for Frank's hearing. So Frank's hearing is basically they want to throw out the search warrant. So if they could prove that either the search warrant, the person that submitted the search warrant, like purposely knew there was false information in it and you know presented it anyway, or that he was like acted like negligent in the facts laid out in the search warrant to get the search warrant. So they're trying to get that search warrant like dismissed or you know like to get it thrown out basically. So therefore, they dude, if they got that thrown out, there's no way they'd be able to convict him because that bullet, that is the main thing and one of like the only things that connects him, right? In the jacket, supposedly, but I want more information on that jacket because we just know, oh, he owns a blue jacket and like I want to see did they get the jacket? You know, I just want more information on that. But the bullet, which they talk about in that's interesting too, how there's no pictures after they get it out of the dirt of the bullet. So think about this. If this was some kind of corruption, they could have just got the bullet from his house when they got a search warrant, and it might not even be the same one, and then you know what I'm saying, and then got it because it's all like a political thing. True crime, you were trying to explain it, and actually they talk about it in here about like the election and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. All right, so I know I'm saying a lot here. Let's just start reading. All right, so we're just gonna go to part. Here's all the different parts, but we're gonna okay, so 8 things to know. Overwhelming evidence in the case supports the following. Members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Ooh, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I forgot to do just right now. I have to always make sure I have my lives on subs only, just because I'm not going to be able to. I don't know if my mods are in here, and I'm not going to be able to like make sure that there's not any because I'm still getting some attacks, so I just want to make sure that the chat's nice and good where you're not getting bothered by them. So let me put subscribers only. Sorry, I forgot to do that. Okay. Now it should be subscribers only. After it kind of dies down, I'll stop doing that. Well, I mean, maybe once in a while, but I won't do it every time. All right. Okay, so let's continue. So very early on, those in charge of the Delphi murder investigation claim that they consulted with Purdue professor concerning what resembled possible Odinism signatures left behind at the crime scene. After Purdue professor proclaimed that it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime, the Odinism angle was essentially abandoned. However, as of September 7th, 2023, the leaders of the Delphi investigation team claim that they can't identify who this purported professor was, have provided no reports from this purported professor, and have further indicated they may never be able to figure out who was this professor is. Based in large part upon this mystery Purdue professor's opinion, the Delphi investigative leadership claimed that it essentially abandoned considering Odinite involvement in the murders. So basically, because this professor that they can't even find telling them that no, this isn't Odinism, like no, this doesn't make this a little bit bigger. They abandoned that theory, right? But now they can't even find the professor. They can't even say who the professor is. Anyway, so but thankfully, during these passing years, law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy, Craig Ferenczi, and Todd Click continued to pursue the truth. Because of their curiosity and investigative efforts, the evidence establishing the names of the likely murdering members of this Odinite cult became known to the Delphi investigative leadership no later than February 2018. Due to their either incompetence or concerted intentionality, those in charge of the investigation refused to arrest or even properly investigate these obvious suspects. Hold on, let me see something really quick. Hey, Carly Armstrong. Yeah, definitely, Bella. So on May 1st, 2023, the state of Indiana, by way of prosecutor Nick McClelland, received a letter from former Rushville Assistant Police Chief Todd Click, now retired. As stated in previous paragraph, Click, Murphy, and Ferenczi were three of the law enforcement officers who worked on the Delphi murder case, particularly focused on the Odinite angle as it intersect with suspects in Rushville, Indiana. After reading Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, Click became concerned that the information contained in Richard Allen's affidavit, pointing the finger at Richard Allen, was far less compelling than the totality of the information that Detective Ferenczi, Detective Murphy, and Detective Click and Officer Click had accumulated during the Rushville portion of the investigation. The information that Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click gathered during their investigation connected men who practiced Odinism in or near Delphi with another group of men who lived in Rushville, and then connected both groups of men to the murders. Click was concerned that for some reason, the leadership of the investigative team had failed to share with prosecutor McClelland the evidence gathered by Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy, or to share the evidence gathered. Okay. So Click's concern led him to seek out a lawyer to assist him in the drafting of a letter. This letter was then sent to McClelland. The letter was not provided to the defense until after it was obvious from the last round of depositions that the defense would certainly be talking with Todd Click. McClellan had this letter in his possession for over 4 months before turning it over to the defense. There could be no mistaking that this letter is exculpatory in nature and could have been used by the defense as it prepared for upcoming depositions. However, it is apparent that McClellan only offered up the letter after it was obvious that the defense team would soon be learning of the letter's existence. So I'm going to skip some of this, talking about, basically the exculpatory evidence, wait, let me see. I sent a letter. So it's saying, I'll just read it. What the heck? In other words, the defense team would obviously be meeting with or deposing Click in the next few weeks. At that time, Click most certainly would then reveal to the defense that in April 23, he had sent a letter containing exculpatory information to McClellan. At this point, McClellan had two distinct choices: sit on the exculpatory evidence, hoping that the defense team would refocus its efforts on another angle of the investigation, or disclose the exculpatory evidence, claiming that the contents of the letter were overlooked in the volume of the discovery. He chose the latter. Unfortunately, the state neither approach. Unfortunately for the state, neither approach explains away the fact that Click specifically directed the letter to McClellan himself, and further, Click was so determined to ensure his information was consumed by McClellan that he directed the information directly to McClellan via certified mail. So the letter stamped, received May 1st, 2023, Carroll County Prosecutor. It says Click's report landed at ground zero, a prosecutor's office with no more than 2 full-time prosecutors and a handful of full-time staff members at best. Could this exculpatory evidence have been completely overlooked? Not plausible. Not only did the prosecution withhold that letter from the defense, but law enforcement also withheld several other exculpatory pieces of evidence, including an 85-page compilation of the reports by Click prepared in 2019 and several other videos containing statements that support the defense theory of Richard Allen's innocence. So it basically says that this 85-page report detailed the investigative work performed by Click, Ferenczi, Murphy, and others, including FBI. According to the summary of Click's investigation that he attached with his letter, the Behavioral Analysis Unit of the FBI determined that the individual responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs. This was news to the defense, as no member of the unified command in charge of investigation revealed this information to the defense during recent depositions. This includes Trooper Holman, who told the defense that he didn't remember if the FBI's BAU unit determined one way or the other whether those with Nordic beliefs had been involved in the murders. So the unified command is like all the people investigating this case. Hey, Cam at UK. I'll say, what up? Here, let me check. Did you send me an email? Is it something that I need to know for right now, Boo? I'll check. I have it loading. Okay, let's see. Oh, shoot, I need to get my... I'll check in a little bit because it needs my password on my other computer, and I don't have it right this second, so just give me a minute. All right, where are we at? At least up until the time of this filing, the prosecution had provided no evidence whatsoever of the findings of the FBI's BAU unit concerning involvement of Odinist in the murders. The letter that Click sent to McClellan was the first that the defense has heard that the FBI actually believed that Odinists were likely involved. In other words, this report contained exculpatory evidence that Unified Command concealed from the defense. This information was and is crucial for Richard Allen's defense. Some of this exculpatory evidence in the form of videos was finally released to the defense on September 8th, 2023, over 9 months after the defense counsel entered their appearance. The defense is still reviewing the September 8th evidence dump. In the brief time the defense has had to review this newly received evidence, it has found exculpatory evidence both in the videos the defense has watched and the documents that the defense has reviewed. While the prosecution has been holding on to this exculpatory evidence, Richard Allen has been living in hell. Hey, Peyton. Wolfpack. Um, so it's saying they requested a meeting with Click, but um, it's talking about how like the prosecution learned that the defense had figured out the strong Odinist ties to the crimes and stuff. Um, so it says wanting to allay his fears that an innocent man was sitting in Westville, Click agreed to attend a meeting with Holman, hoping that he would be learning that evidence did in fact exist linking Richard Allen to the murders. Click's hopes were dashed. This is paragraph 17 of Click's affidavit. Upon directing the letter to Mr. Cleland, I heard nothing from the prosecutor's office of or any other members of Unified Command until I received phone calls on August 23rd and August 25th. 2023, which involved brief discussions regarding scheduling. During these phone calls, it was requested that I meet with Trooper Holman during this week of September 4th, 2023. I was informed the law enforcement officials intended to sit down with me and discuss with me the reason why Richard Allen was responsible for these crimes. I was told that he, Jerry Holman, wanted to put my mind at ease. However, during the meeting with Detective Holman and a second detective whose name I am unfamiliar with, there was no discussion or offerings as to why they believed Richard Allen was guilty of the charged crimes. I believe the interview was an attempt by them to clean up their loose ends, knowing that they had given very little, if any, attention to the investigative efforts of myself, Detective Ferenczi, and Detective Murphy. So yeah, so they meet with McClelland, who was the one investigating this and the one that wrote the letter, and to try to, basically get him on their side. But nope, he said doesn't believe it. Okay. Not only did Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett fail to include all this Odinite information in his October 13th, 2022 affidavit search warrant, and not only did McClelland and the Unified Command withhold exculpatory evidence, Liggett also concealed damaging witness statements that devastate Liggett's timeline, a timeline needed to be true in order to place Richard Allen at the trail when Abby and Libby were abducted. Additionally, Liggett lied in his affidavit about the statements of another key witness, further devastating Liggett's timeline. Richard Allen has zero connections to any pagan cult or pagan cultists. And furthermore, no forensic evidence, such as DNA or electronic evidence, links Richard Allen to the girls or to the crime scene. He is a completely innocent man. Most of the evidence backing these assertions was found scattered over no less than 10 hard drives and several flash drives provided by the prosecution, meaning that the defense is not making wild accusations, but rather primarily relaying facts and information that is backed up by the prosecutor's own discovery. Even discovery that the prosecution just provided to the defense as of late September 8th, 2023. Not coincidentally, members, Odinists, of this same pagan cult are employed as corrections officers for the Indiana Department of Corrections at Westville Correctional Facility. It is inside of the cold, concrete walls of the maximum security unit of this dilapidated reformatory that Richard Allen is being threatened, intimidated, and mentally abused. Throughout this document, references are made to the Unified Command. Essentially, the Unified Command was the leadership of the Delphi murder investigation. According to Tony Liggett, Unified Command consisted of law enforcement from a variety of entities, local, state, and federal. They were the overseers of the entire investigative operation. And here's who they all are. From Carroll County is Liggett and Hammonds. From state police is Holman, Harper, and Vito. From FBI is Richard Davies. So, Odinism, Odinites, and runes. Odinism is the pagan religion referenced above. Its followers are called Odinites. Odinists are enamored of Viking Nordic culture. Culture. Evidence supports that at the crime scene, these murdering Odinites left behind obvious signatures, symbols in the form of runes. These runes were formed with sticks fashioned with tree branches and painted using the blood of Liberty German. And they actually like lay out the whole crime scene later on. It's very detailed. Okay. But wait, Boo, do I need something right now? Let me see. Do y'all see that link? Hold on a second. Let me just see what she's talking about. So give me 1 second because she really wants me to see something and I can't. I have to take that down so I can see. Okay. Let's see what you got. So the first email you sent me is blank. The second one is blank. You're sending, can you send the link in the body of the email because you're sending it in the title? Can you do it in the body so it links? All right. I copied and pasted. Let's see what it is. Okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I got the video. We'll look through it, okay? I have some of this though actually that I got from groups, but thanks. Yeah. This could be helpful. I will definitely we'll definitely go over that in between as we're reading these documents. Boo. Okay? All right, so I'm going to continue reading this though. All right. I made a copy of that so I have it downloaded and then we could go through it later. All right. I just want to make sure it works. Give me 1 second. Who is that? You that made the video though, by the way? Or no? Or is that somebody else? All right. Let me continue though. All right. So sticks and tree branches were deliberately, carefully, and proficiently placed on each girl in a certain arrangement, mimicking certain runes. At least one of the branches appeared to have its end cut off cleanly by some type of tool like an electric saw, providing proof of a preconceived plan. Additionally, the blood of Liberty German was used as the paint to mark a tree with a rune that looks similar to the letter F. With a simple Google search, these runes would be identifiable as one of the many calling cards of this pagan religious cult. Yet, law enforcement in charge of the Delphi investigation seemingly and quickly abandoned the obvious correlation between the crime scene and Odinism, despite an obscene amount of evidence linking Odinism to the crime scene. And even in spite of powerful evidence linking specific Odinites in and around Indiana to murders. Also, the court will learn in his affidavit for search warrant that Sheriff Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener that absolutely nothing links Richard Allen to Odinism or any religious cult. Also, no forensics such as DNA, no electronic data extracted from his computers or phones or from his social media links Richard to the crime scene. Additionally, nothing links Richard Allen to any of the Odinite suspects. The same Odinite suspect that evidence strongly supports sacrificed Abby and Libby in some sort of pagan ritual. Wait, let me read that again. The same Odinite suspects that evidence strongly supports sacrificed Abby and Libby in some sort of pagan ritual. Richard Allen had nothing to do with this crime, but rather is an innocent man, a patsy for the police, arrested 26 days before an election. So failure to pursue the Odinist links. Law enforcement's failure to actively pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is confounding. It is even more confounding when days and weeks after the murders, a particular Odinite from Logansport named Brad Holder posted on social media images mimicking the very runes found at the crime scene, a crime scene unreleased and unknown to the general public even to this day. Who was Brad Holder? He was an Odinite whose son, Logan, had been dating Abby. Brad Holder's social media post seemingly taunted, his social media post seemingly taunted the very police that refused to fully investigate him. The defense believes that the court will be shocked at the number of clues or Easter eggs, both before and after the murders, that Holder openly posted on his Facebook page that pointed the finger to his involvement in the murders. However, a fact that is simply mind blowing to the defense is that Brad Holder was never considered a suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby. State Trooper Jerry Holman, one of the law enforcement officers in charge of organizing and investigating the Delphi murders, claimed in August 10th, 2023, deposition that Brad Holder was not really ever a suspect. Police reports written near the time of the murders reveal that Jerry Holman is telling the truth. Brad Holder was cleared as a suspect quickly on March 16th, 2017. Hey, Patty, or Petty, Petty Mick. On March 1st, 2017, Tony Liggett stated in a report that there were no leads required concerning Brad Holder, meaning that it was not necessary for law enforcement to continue to look for leads related to Brad Holder. Liggett made that determination a mere 15 days after the girls were murdered. By March 16th, 2023, Unified Command member Kevin Hammond wrote that Brad Holder has been cleared. The girls hadn't been dead for 30 days, and Unified Command had already cleared Brad Holder as a suspect. Unified Command had already cleared Holder as a suspect within 30 days, knowing that Brad Holder's son dated Abby. And in spite, the runes found on Brad Holder's Facebook pages mimicked runes found at the crime scene and had not been released to the public. But yet they cleared him that quick. For example, the court will also learn that the Unified Command was aware of a very disturbing image on Brad Holder's social media accounts that actually mimicked the crime scene. On April 12, 2017, Trooper Joseph Ryan Winters received a phone call from a man in Georgia named Ryan Boucher, I don't know, who had discovered disturbing images in Brad Holder's social media account. Having somehow learned that Brad Holder's son, Logan, had dated Abby Williams, Mr. Boucher began reviewing Brad Holder's social media's history. One of the images Boucher viewed on Brad Holder's social media account was an image of two women, either dead or posed as if they were dead, on the ground in what appeared to be a forest. Both women had tree limbs and sticks arranged on their bodies. One of the women had her arm stretched out above her head, similar to the way that Libby's arm was stretched above her head. Both women were clothed in the stick and tree branch formation on these girls were different than the stick and tree branch formations on Abby and Libby, but otherwise it bore a very eerie similarity to the murder scene in Delphi. Yeah, I showed some of them. Holders. There's not a lot on his. Cause wait, hold on. I shared a couple. I guess I could share more of the pictures I have, but I don't have like a ton, but I have some. But I want to see some. Hold on. Oh man, what the heck is this? Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm getting like stuck. Great. I shouldn't have done that. Gosh darn it. My freaking computer's like it's not letting me do anything on my other computer. Hold on. Ugh. Shoot. I don't know. I'm just. Why did I do that? I gotta restart it. Yeah, I showed some pictures though. All right, where are we at? I'll show some more in a little bit when I get my other computer started. Ryan had no knowledge of the actual crime scene. However, after reviewing Brad Holder's social media sites, Butcher was disturbed at that image, as well as other images that provided insight into Brad Holder's fascination with runes. Believing that the disturbing images may be something of interest to those investigating the Delphi murders, Mr. Boucher contacted Toby Lesenby, who at the time was the sheriff of Carroll County. Lesenby quickly rebuffed Boucher, telling Boucher that Holder was not a suspect. I just don't understand why they would ignore. Hopefully it'll be all right. Why they would ignore that? But well, yeah, I guess the corruption. There's probably bigger political. Man, that has such a good taste. This energy drink. Okay. Undeterred, Mr. Butcher contacted the state police, where he ended up talking to Trooper Joseph Ryan Winters. After their conversation, Winter memorialized the interaction and placed the images provided by Butcher into a Dropbox account. After creating the report, Winters then discussed his findings face to face with Jerry Holman of Unified Command. The body of this memorandum will provide details of that interaction. In his report, Winters requested law enforcement to re-interview Brad Holder. The defense does not believe Unified Command ever followed up on Winters' request. Shoot, it's still here, guys. I can't get this to go away. Oh my Lord. Dang, I wish I would have just not done anything. Okay. I don't even know what you got. Let me find I can't see the chat though. That's the whole thing. Give me 1 second. Let me bring it up on my why won't this go down? Okay, let me bring it up on my phone. Okay, let's see. Now I can see chat. Okay, so it says, it should be noted that the disturbing images found on Boucher in Georgia and placed in a Dropbox by Winters were not and still have not been provided to the defense in his recent deposition. Winters said that he attempted to locate the images but was unable. However, because of the potential importance of those images to Richard Allen's case, the defense team located Butcher and then traveled to Georgia to meet with Butcher. Those images are now in the possession of Richard's defense team, who then provided those images to law enforcement. Again, these were important images that law enforcement failed to turn over to the defense. Instead, the defense located these images in Georgia and then turned them over to the very people who had the obligation to provide them to the defense. All right, let me try one more time to turn this on. Sorry, guys. That's not gonna work. I don't know what to do. Like, I can't get the screen off my computer. Hold on. Man, this. Okay. No, I didn't need to do that. Okay, where we at? Unified Command, which included Tony Liggett, who drafted the affidavit for search warrant, was fully aware of the mimicked crime scene on Brad Holder's social media, as well as the other posts that mimic the exact ruins found in the crime scene, but failed to do anything about it and failed to inform Judge Diener. Let's see where we're at. Okay, I think I got it, guys. Dang, that was annoying. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, they informed in Judge Diener, failed to inform Judge Diener of this obvious suspect, Brad Holder, and all the evidence that existed, making him a prime suspect. So we're going to go through all that. Let's just talk about what we're going to see, which we're going to read it anyway. Okay. So, Unifying Command's failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more perplexing when evidence known to law enforcement demonstrated a clear nexus between Brad Holder and at least 4 other suspects. Elvis Fields from Rushville, Patrick Westfall from Delphi, Johnny Messer from Rushville, and Rod Abrams from Rushville, now living in Connorsville. Unified Command was aware that Elvis Fields confessed to his sister that Elvis, was involved in the murders. Like, are you serious? This person confessed. If this is all like legit stuff, which I do think it is, like, how did they ignore this? There's no the only option or the only answer would be because it is more than that. It's something like a political thing. You know what I'm saying? It's way bigger than that, where it's not even about the freaking murder. Okay, so I'm finally back on my other computer. Where? Just give me 1 second, guys. What the heck? Unifying Command was aware that Elvis Fields confessed to his sister that Elvis, was involved in the murders, even providing to his sister intimate crime scene details of which only those present at the crime scene would have familiarity. Additionally, Elvis Fields told his sister Mary on February 14th, 2017, that he was present at the killings and that Elvis, now had a brother and was now part of a gang. I'm gonna try this one more time, guys. It did it again. Oh, this is so annoying. In February 2018, Elvis had been questioned by law enforcement but denied involvement in the murders. However, after being dropped off at his trailer following the questioning, oh yeah, listen to this, guys. Elvis turned around, walked back to the police car, and according to the police report, asked the state trooper if Elvis's spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away. Would he look? So he's saying if his spit's found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble? Are you freaking kidding? Like, how do you just ignore that? All right, hold on 1 second. The state trooper that heard Elvis utter these words, Kevin Murphy, was not part of the Unified Command, but immediately relayed Elvis's disturbing question to Jay Harper of Unified Command. Where are we? Elvis also admitted to a different sister, Joyce, that he had in fact spit on one of the girls. Elvis told Joyce that Elvis, was on a trail and a bridge with 2 girls that were killed and that he was going away for a long time. Elvis's alibi for February 13th, 2017 was also probably flawed. State troopers who weren't part of Unified Command determined that Elvis's roommate concocted a story concerning Elvis's whereabouts on February 13th, 2017. This roommate is named Rob Abrams. Abrams told a story claiming on February 13th, 2017, that Rod Abrams, Elvis Fields, and a man named Ned Smith were visiting a sick friend in Muncie. Okay. Unfortunately for Rod Abrams, this story conflicted with the story that Elvis Fields told law enforcement as to Elvis's whereabouts on February 13th. So wait. So unfortunately for Rod, yeah, so it conflicted with what Elvis said. These shady alibis were relayed to the Unified Command. These shady alibis will be further explained in the body of the memorandum. Furthermore, Unified Command knew that on February 1st, 2018, Elvis's sister passed a polygraph exam when asked if she were telling the truth about what Elvis had confessed to her. Like, what? Are you kidding me? All right, you just give me one second now since. Oh my God. Okay. I just wanted to do something really quick. Why do you guys want me to? Do you guys want to go through the pictures, or do you want to finish reading this and then kind of go through them as we're reading? I don't know. Hold on. I just want to see something really quick. I forgot to look. Okay. Yeah, we'll read a little bit more and then we'll go through it, right? And as far as yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Sorry, guys. Okay. We'll read like another page and then we'll maybe go through some pictures. Okay. So, so yeah, she passes a polygraph saying that, that her brother Elvis really did say that. Unified Command's failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more inexplicable when evidence known to law enforcement included information about another Odinite named Patrick Westfall, who was living in Delphi very close to the murder scene on February 13th, 2017. So this Elvis guy, now I was looking on Facebook and I found an Elvis Fields that's from Rushville. But the thing is, I mean, I can't confirm this is really him, but I want to just show you this picture because if it is him, it's kind of interesting. He took this picture of, hold on, is True Crime Investigates. Do you know who Elvis Fields is? Because maybe you could confirm if this is him or not. But so this picture, look. So when we go into like how they were staged and stuff with their arms, it just reminds me, it's not exactly, but it just reminds me of like the bent arm and the straight arm. And it almost, this Barbie's almost like he's staging her. You know what I'm saying? They were both on their backs. I'm trying to think, I forget now exactly, because Libby had one arm up and then one straight down. I'm trying to think, I forget how Abby's arms were, but when we read it, we'll see. But either way, it's like he's staging this Barbie. It's kind of weird. But this is I think the right Elvis that we're talking about right now, where his sister, where he confessed to his sister supposedly. So yeah, isn't that crazy? But I don't know. So this is an Elvis Fields from Rushville, but I'm not sure. I can't confirm if this is for sure the right Elvis. But if it is, then he posted this, and he posted like a few like other pictures of it. Like, come on, that's some kind of staging. Like I said, when we go through, I was gonna wait to show this till we go through how each of them were, but I'll bring it back up when we do that. Is it? But it's just crazy. Yeah. So we'll go through some of this later, like some of the, well, here, one of the things, these are going around in the Facebook as far as, let's see. No, that's the video that you sent, which we'll go through, but hold on. Where is it? This one? Yeah, so this is the date. So after this happened, he posted, so this is February 14th. Brad posted feeling broken. And then Logan, or he says, did Logan, I know you're upset because that's his son was dating Abby. I know you're upset. Keep your head up. Dad is here. And he says one of them was his girlfriend. Somebody says, sad condolences to you and your kin. That's awful. Find the scum. Brad, I'm so sorry. Please send your son condolences. Send him strength. And then just people, basically saying they're sorry. Here's a post. That's him. Oh, hold on, let me go. This is March 1st, 2021. Brad Holder at Logansport, Indiana. And then, like I said, we could go through the Facebook, but I'll do that in the next break. But here's, hold on, it's all this August 18th, 2018. But what does this say? So this says, something happened there. Why did you take him? Did he know the girls? I sure hope Logan is okay. Brad says, had to. His girlfriend was one of the girls. I sure didn't do it because I wanted to. I bet I feel bad for him too and pray he gets the help he needs to get through this. But yeah, I showed this earlier with looks like that's, oh no, is that him? Well, I can't even, it's really blurry, but it's like some kind of ritual. So, like I said, we'll go through the Facebook in a little bit. Oh yeah, here's one he posted January. So the month after, says Hail Odin. And I don't even know what he's showing. Is that a stick or a hammer? And then are these like symbols right here? You can see his foot. So I'm not sure. Like a month after, he posts that. And then what else? Hold on. Oh yeah, that's the one we already went through. Hold on. Yeah. And then this one, he says, this is recent. He says, any lawyers out there that would like to help me sue a bunch of people, please get a hold of me. And somebody responds, the sad part in almost all of the Odinism, those kind of sacrifices that were made were almost actually all volunteers during rituals. So it would be almost be out of characteristic for Odinites to ritually kill those two Delphi girls. Would it not? Sorry you're going through this again, brother. And he says, yep, me too, but thank you for your support. And he says, of course, you should also let them know that you are not the only veteran that has bounced in and out of gyms every 4 hours. So you'll learn why he's saying this, because the whole gym thing, which we'll get to. But anyway, 4 hours or so when they have a burst of energy. I used to do that all the time when I lived in my apartment in Greenwood. It wasn't nothing to go for 2 hours, go home, fix a snack, sleep for 3 or so, and go back to the gym. Just because it's not normal to them doesn't mean it isn't normal to. So because they said, he supposedly, he said that day after work he went to the gym, but then they found a post where he was at the gym like at 2 a.m. So they were trying to say, like, who goes, like, why would you go to the gym and then hours later go to the gym again or whatever? So that's what this person's talking about here. All right, so I'm going to continue with the reading, and then I'll play that video. But did you answer if that was your video or not? So I know. All right, so evidence known to Unified Command included the fact that fellow Odinites Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were close friends as of late January 21st, 2017. However, that friendship ended very abruptly in February 2017. The schism in their friendship resulted from a fight that occurred between Holder and Westfall in February 2017, where he, Holder, and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. The river was near Patrick's house. An intoxicated Brad Holder shared this disturbing information with his ex wife, Amber Holder. Amber Holder then relayed this disturbing information to law enforcement, who were not a part of the Unified Command in 2019. And this is these officers related to the Unified Command. But Liggett concealed this information from Judge Diener. In 2019, Unified Command learned that in a totally different conversation with his ex-wife, Brad Holder pointed the finger away from himself and directly at Patrick Westfall as being the person actually responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. According to the police reports, Brad Holder told his ex-wife, Amber Holder, that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. Furthermore, Unified Command was aware that Brad Holder had told Amber that I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. Brad Holder further told his ex-wife, Amber, that Patrick Westfall had many people backing him. Westfall are backing him up, and that Westfall also had powerful friends. Liggett knew of this information for more than 3 years before Liggett sought a search warrant for Richard Allen's house. Yet Liggett never shared that information with Judge Diener. Additionally, Westfall provided a very weak alibi as to his whereabouts on February 13th. Westfall told law enforcement that Westfall was at home that afternoon of Monday, February 13th. The defense is unaware of any search warrant that Liggett sought to enter Westfall's house or whether Unified Command instructed law enforcement to knock on a single neighbor's door to verify Westfall's alibi. And Unified's Command's failure to continually pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more disturbing when evidence known to law enforcement included information about another Odinite named Johnny Messer from Rushville. Johnny was a recruiter for the Odinites and was also a connective tissue between the Odinites from Delphi area, which is Brad and Patrick, and the suspects from the Rushville area, which would be Elvis and Rod. Delphi is located 126 miles from Rushville. Law enforcement knew that Johnny Messer was friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall. Law enforcement also knew that Messer was acquaintances with Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams. Unified Command theoretically could claim that this connection is simply a bizarre coincidence. However, Unified Command not only knew that Elvis and Rod and Brad and Patrick shared a common acquaintance, Johnny Messer, but also that Elvis Fields and Brad Holder followed each other on Facebook and even mimicked each other's Facebook pages, with Elvis actually recreating the photos that Holder posted on his Holder's Facebook. But shockingly, at his August 10th, 2023 deposition, Unified Commander member Jerry Holman claimed that he did not even know who Johnny Messer was, nor what the evidence showed of Messer's possible role in the murders of Abby and Libby. It is additionally infuriating that Johnny Messer was cleared as a suspect in the murders when considering these facts. Johnny's ex-girlfriend, Taylor Hornaday, told police that Johnny Messer and Patrick Westfall were like brothers. She also told police that she had allowed Johnny to borrow her car on or around Valentine's Day, 2017, and that Johnny drove her car up there to hang with his Vinlander friends. When he returned her vehicle, it had dried blood over one side of it. Johnny Messer refused to discuss the details of how the blood got there. Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that it took several car washes to finally remove the blood. Dang. Hey, Jamie. Wolfpack in the house. Man, good stuff. Okay, I'm talking about my drinks. Good stuff. This drink is so good. Purple Frost C4. Man, that flavor. Anyway, meanwhile, Messer has claimed that he had never, not once in his life, been to Delphi, home of his brother Patrick Westfall, and near the home of his other Odenite brother Brad Holder. Messer's ex-girlfriend also told law enforcement that Brad Holder and Johnny Messer were two of the most violent people she knew and were fully capable of having been involved in the murders. Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that a motive for their involvement in the murder of Abby and Libby might be the concept of blood in and blood out, which means social acceptance into their streets, into their secret circles. All this information was relayed to Liggett and the Unified Command team, so they knew all this, yet the Unified Command provided no guidance as to what to do to capitalize on this information in order to work towards solving the murders. Additionally, Unified Command learned that Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend had been listening to and recording Johnny Messer's phone calls. Police secured the phone and listened to 3 phone calls involving Johnny Messer. In 2 of those phone calls, Messer was offering money to other people to find someone so they could be injured or killed. The 3rd call involves Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house. And essentially, Unified Command said, "Nothing to see here" regarding Johnny Messer and issued no search warrants for his home. None have been disclosed to the defense, nor did they attempt to utilize an age-old investigative tool referred to as an interrogation to pursue the truth about the involvement of Johnny Messer, Brad Holder, and Patrick Westfall in these crimes. This is many more shocking facts concerning this so-called investigation will be revealed in the body of the memorandum. So, Odenites in the Westville Correctional Facility guarding Richard Allen. The evidence shows that during his pretrial incarceration at Westville Correctional Facility, Richard Allen has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally abused by correctional officers who are also members of the Odenite cult. 2 of those correctional officers are named Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones. These Westville correction officers boldly wore patches on their Department of Corrections uniforms that proclaimed, "In Odin we trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism, interlocking triangles. Both Odenite correctional officers, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones, also display images of runes and or other Odenite symbols on their Facebook pages. As recently as June 25th, 2023, for example, Odenite Sergeant Robinson openly displayed a photograph of his Odenite altar on his Facebook page. A similar altar can be found on the Facebook page of Brad Holder. Beginning at least on April 3rd, 2023, Sergeant Jones and Robinson wore their Odenite patches when the defense team visited Richard Allen. However, Sergeant Robinson and Jones' brazen display of their Odenite patches came to an end on August 17th, 2023. Oh, cool. True Crime Investigates. Good. I'm glad I could help. What changed? Why suddenly did they no longer display their Odenite patches beginning on August 17th, 2023? Visit between Richard Allen and his defense team. Here's your possible answer. It was not until August 10th, 2023 deposition of Trooper Jerry Holman that Richard Allen's defense team finally revealed to the prosecutor and to the Unified Command that for many months, they, Richard Allen's defense team, have been fully aware of the strong evidence linking Odinism to the murders. It was also at the August 10th, 2023 deposition that the Unified Command learned that Richard Allen's defense team was not only aware of this information, but also intended to expose the linkage of Abby and Libby's murders to Odinism and would also be revealing the names of the Odinists at the trial. At that deposition, Holman and the prosecutor also learned that the defense team obviously intended on exposing the Unified Command's utter failure in pursuing the Odinist suspects, in spite of the powerful evidence of Odinites' involvement in the murders. However, and this is important to note, at his August 10th deposition, Richard's defense team did not let Holman or anyone else know that it was fully aware of the Odenite correction officers at Westville wearing in Odin We Trust patches. Richard Allen's defense team's next visit with Richard Allen at Westville following the August 10th deposition occurred 1 week later on August 17th. Curiously, or perhaps not so curiously, in those 7 days since the defense team revealed their knowledge that evidence linked Odinist to the murders, for the first time, Sergeant Robinson was no longer wearing his Odin patch. It was almost as if someone had alerted Odinite Robinson that the gig was up, because the lawyers knew about the links to Odinism, so lose the patch and prayed that the defense attorneys had never noticed the patches on prior visits. Unfortunately for Westville and Unified Command, Rick's defense team absolutely noticed the Odinite patches worn by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones. Beginning April 3rd, sorry, let me take a sip, I'm losing my voice. Furthermore, Rick's defense team absolutely noticed the conspicuous absence of Sergeant Robinson's Odin patches following Trooper Holman's realization that Rick's defense team was fully aware of the connection between the murders and Odinism, as well as the failure of the Unified Command to follow through on the evidence that linked the murders to Odinism. The court will also learn in the body of this memorandum that Sergeant Jones and Robinson were seemingly always by Richard Allen's side during most, if not every visit. Normally, corrections officers were within earshot of every conversation between Richard and his attorneys and between Richard and his wife, close enough that Richard would have to be worried about any conversation with his attorneys and with his wife being overheard by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones or other correction officers. That's bullcrap. Beginning on April 3rd, 2023, and for several visits thereafter, the Westville corrections officers even videotaped attorney visits between Richard and his defense team. I would think that would be illegal, but I thought that that was like they'd get that time where nobody is allowed to hear. But anyway, most of the time, if not every time, it was Sergeant Jones or Sergeant Robinson bringing the handheld camcorder to the visit. Correction officers even required that Richard Allen be positioned facing the window where the corrections officers was videotaping the attorney visits with the handheld camcorder. The position of Richard Allen's body would allow the corrections officers to videotape Richard Allen's mouth as he talked to his attorneys. Richard would therefore not be able to privately discuss anything with his attorneys, such as the guards are telling me, oh, listen to this. So, such as the guards are telling me that my wife and family will be killed unless I call my wife and tell her that I killed those girls. Like, what? If that's true, that's crazy. Instead, a mentally defeated Richard Allen would continually mutter to his defense team at every visit these types of general questions. Is my wife alive? Is my family alive? Is my wife safe? Is my family safe? At one such meeting with his attorneys, Richard Allen mumbled in a somewhat incoherent fashion that Odinites were threatening him. It would be important to know that Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned the words Odinite or Odinism or informed Richard Allen that evidence suggests that Odinists murdered Abby and Libby until August 25th, 2023, when his defense team, in the presence of his wife, who was visiting with Rick in the prison, first discovered the exculpatory Odin-related evidence to Rick. Rick's defense team felt that having him remain unaware would hopefully keep Rick a bit safer. Due to Rick's weakened mental state and the concern that he might unwittingly discuss his attorney's strategy to Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson, Rick's attorneys opted to not discuss Odinism with their client out of the fear that Robinson and Jones would then be on the alert that Richard's defense team was aware of the Odinite involvement. Richard's defense team needed additional time to investigate and review evidence before feeling confident and comfortable in revealing their knowledge to the court of the strong evidence that Odinites murdered the girls and that the Unified Command had chosen to do nothing about it, but in fact had hidden these facts from the Judge Diener. Therefore, Richard's defense team opted to keep Richard in the dark about the Odinite connection to the murders, supported by the evidence. Oh, man. So beyond the shocking, Yeah, I'll read this. Liggett concealed certain witness testimony and falsified other witness testimony in order to prevent Liggett's bogus timeline from being exposed to Judge Diener. Beyond the shocking omissions concerning the pagan cult's links to the murders and the fact that Odinists were also watching Richard Allen, the evidence will show that Liggett's affidavit for search warrant is also filled with lies and other concealed information concerning witness testimony. This false and concealed information completely eviscerates the state's timeline. The evidence will show that Tony Liggett knew of the major problems that these witnesses' testimony created. And Liggett chose to solve his problem by concealing this information and even falsifying other information in order to bolster the state's bogus timeline. The evidence will show that Liggett concealed facts concerning descriptions that key witness Betsy Blair made directly to Liggett face to face in 2019 concerning the person that she, Betsy Blair, observed on the bridge and the vehicle that she observed at the CPS parking lot at around 2:15 p.m. For Liggett's timeline to work and to place Richard Allen on the Monon High Bridge at 2:13, the time of the famous Down the Hill video, Liggett desperately needed Betsy Blair to describe a man on the bridge that looked like Richard Allen, and furthermore, desperately needed Betsy Blair to describe a car that she observed parked at the CPS parking lot at approximately 2:15 as looking like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus. Suffice it to say that evidence will show that Liggett concealed from Judge Diener that Betsy Blair described a man on the bridge that looked nothing like Richard Allen and described a car at the CPS lot that looked nothing like Richard Allen's car, both in color and design. The evidence will show that Betsy provided these timeline defeating descriptions directly to Liggett face to face 2 times in 2019. Yet Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener of these descriptions, as well as to inform Diener of the fatal flaws that these missing descriptions created for the timeline. And the evidence will also show that Liggett just flat out lied about what he, Liggett, claimed Sarah Carball told him in 2017 concerning a man walking down the road near the murder scene. For Liggett's timeline to work, Liggett needed Sarah Carball to describe a man walking down the road wearing a blue jacket who had blood covering his clothing. However, in 2017, Sarah did not say these things. They did not prevent Liggett from affirming under oath that Sarah did say these things. In fact, what Sarah actually told Liggett in 2017 was that she, Sarah, observed a man walking down the road wearing a tan coat whose clothes were muddy. Nowhere did Carball claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing a blue coat. Nowhere did Carball claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing bloody clothes. Nowhere. This truth about what Sarah Carball actually told Liggett in 2017 blows up Liggett's timeline, which is likely the reason Liggett failed to include this information in his affidavit. Additional evidence will be presented in the body of this memorandum. So it says this defense believes that the evidence strongly supports the contention that Liggett intentionally concealed evidence from Judge Diener and lied about other evidence to Judge Diener in his affidavit for a search warrant. However, even if Liggett did not intentionally conceal evidence from the judge or did not intentionally place false information into the search warrant affidavit, at minimum, Liggett behaved recklessly when he prepared the affidavit omitting those facts from Judge Diener and providing false information in the affidavit. As stated in the motion accompanying this brief, the defense must show that Liggett either intentionally or recklessly omitted facts from the affidavit or provided false statements in the affidavit. Let's see. All right, I'm going to skip some of this. Okay, the memorandum will consist of 5 parts. Actually, we're going to actually read the memorandum, so I'm not even going to go through. Well, let me see. Maybe we should. Let's see. So wait, this is page 26. Let me see something, though, where it picks up, where I start. Yeah, because I'm gonna like read the part. So yeah, we'll skip it because that's just giving an overview of what we're gonna read, but I want to read all the parts. So we'll just read it. So part one, the crime scene. When members of a search party found the girls in the late morning of February 14th, 2017, Abby and Libby had been missing approximately 22 hours. The scene was ghoulish. Libby was found at the base of a tree with four tree branches of varying sizes intentionally placed in a very specific and arranged pattern on her naked body. Libby was positioned flat on her back with her left arm stretched above her head, touching the base of the large tree. Libby's right hand was covered in blood. Libby's left hand was covered in blood. Blood spots and blood drippings were seen all over Libby's body from head to toe. Um, okay, I just wanted to see if where did it? Okay. So Libby's right arm was placed along the side of her body. One large tree branch had been placed on her left shoulder. This branch was so long that it extended above Libby's head several feet. So it extended above her left several feet and below her legs for several feet as well. The two smaller branches formed a V where her legs joined her body. This is near her genitalia, with both sides of the V extending upward toward Libby's head, with one branch extending to the left of Libby's head and the other to the right of Libby's head. The last of the four branches extended across Libby's body on a line from her right shoulder to her left shoulder. This fourth tree branch also connected with the other tree branches and was placed under both branches that formed the V. Libby's sliced neck was partially covered by this fourth branch. Yeah. All right. There appeared to be no blood sprayed or dripped onto the leaves or the tree near Libby's head and sliced neck. It appeared likely that Libby had been killed at a nearby tree and then dragged to her final resting place, where she was then positioned before having the tree limbs placed on her in a very specific pattern. The murderers treated Abby very differently. Abby was found just a few feet away from Libby. Her body was not placed parallel to Libby, but rather at an angle, with Abby's legs just a few feet from Libby's legs. However, both of their heads were found a few feet farther apart from each other. Significant differences existed between how Libby's body was found and how Abby's body was found. Abby was not found at the base of a tree. Abby was fully clothed. In fact, Abby was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. No blood appeared on Abby's clothing, meaning that she was likely murdered while naked and then dressed by the murderers after she expired and after the blood had stopped spilling from her neck. Abby's hands were clean, no blood. Abby's feet were clean, no blood. Other than blood found around Abby's neck, or around Abby's neck area where the murderers had inflicted the fatal wound, very little, if any, blood was found anywhere else on Abby's body or clothing. The juxtaposition of the spots and streaks of blood found all over Libby's body with the lack of blood on Abby's body, undergarments, overgarments, is stark. Hey, Richie, all member for 2 months. Thank you. Keep strong. Okay, so the murderers appeared to have gone to great lengths to keep Abby's body and clothing clean from blood. Abby was found on her back, like Libby. However, unlike Libby, Abby's elbows were bent with her right arm and left arms both placed on her chest. Abby's left hand and arm near the left side of her face, and her right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Also, Abby's left leg was straight, and while her right leg was bent at the knee. That's what I was thinking when I was thinking the arms from that Barbie. So that Barbie was more kind of looked like the way Libby was, but not exactly. But so I don't know. It's just weird that he had the pictures of that Barbie. All right. Because the right hand would be the same as Libby's, but then the left arm, which they said was Libby's left arm, was like up, bent up, like above her head, like um with the tree right there, like the base of the tree, like right where her hand is. So, like, did they say like her hand was grabbing the base of the tree or something? So the Barbie, yeah, was a little bit different because the Barbie's arm was, let's see, yeah, it's different. But it's just still weird. I don't know. I don't know what this why he has these on his Facebook. That's just weird. It might be just totally unrelated, but okay. So oh shoot. So yeah, the murders also placed her bent right leg. Wait, where are we at? So Abby's left leg was straight, her right leg was bent at the knee. The murderers also placed her bent right leg under her left leg. Like Libby, those involved in the murder had placed 3 branches in a very specific pattern on top of Abby. The pattern looks very similar to an asterisk consisting of 3 branches all joined in the middle. At least one of the tree branches appears to have been cleanly cut by some instrument like an electric saw, rather than split or broken by hand, indicating that this was a preconceived plan. Above Abby's head were smaller sticks that had been placed over her hair, crudely mimicking horns or antlers. The amount of blood that would be perhaps expected at the crime scene, based upon the location of the injuries of both girls, was not visible in the crime scene photos. The defense has provided the court with 12 crime scene and autopsy photographs, marked as exhibits 5 through 16 as confidential. These photographs support the descriptions provided in the previous paragraphs. In addition to the unusual way the girls were posed, including the stick formations placed on their bodies, another unusual marking was found on a nearby tree. A symbol that looked similar to the letter F appeared approximately 4 feet above the base of the tree. The F was red in color, and later DNA testing showed that the F had been painted on the tree using Libby's blood as the so-called paint. Additional blood spatter was found at the base of that same tree. All the blood at the base of the tree appears to have been Libby's blood as well. The defense has also provided the court with Exhibit 17, DNA documentation supporting the fact that Libby's blood was the source of the F painted on the tree. Said exhibit is marked as confidential. The defense has also provided 2 photos of this F found on nearby tree, hereinafter called the F tree, marked as confidential. Defense is also providing a photo of the F tree from a wider angle for the court to have a perspective as to where the F tree is located relative to the bodies. That confidential photo has been marked as Exhibit 20. Under Abby's left lower back, a shoe was found. This shoe is believed to be Libby's shoe. Under the shoe, a cell phone was found. The cell phone was later determined to be Libby's phone. This information was confirmed by the recent deposition testimony of Liggett, Lesenby, and Holman. According to recent depositions taken of Sheriff Liggett, the famous video of the person that many people call Bridge Guy was found on his phone. Additionally, allegedly found between the two girls buried under the leaves and dirt was a single bullet. The defense has provided 2 photos of the shoe and cell phone found under Abby's legs. They have provided 2 photos of the shoe and the cell phone found under Abby's legs and marked them Exhibit 21 and 22 and have been filed confidentially. Also, the defense has provided 3 photos of a bullet purportedly found in the ground between Abby and Libby and mark these photos as Exhibit 23, 24, 25. It should be noted that as of the date of this memo, the defense has no photographs of the bullet allegedly found between the girls after it was removed from the ground. No photo or video, for example, shows the bullet as it was being pulled out of the ground. No photo or video of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground. No video or photograph of all sides of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground. No photographs of the bullet next to a measuring device to show its length. No photos that show what the bullet looked like once it was pulled out of the ground. Could provide proof that it is the same bullet that ended up in the evidence locker room. Shockingly, in his deposition, Sheriff Liggett admitted that he also has not seen any photographs of the purported bullet taken once the bullet was pulled from the ground. In other words, the only photos that the defense has found in the discovery it has received are of the bullet still buried in the ground. At this time, the defense has no idea if photos of the bullet after it was removed from the ground even exist. Or photos exist, but the state has not yet turned those important photographs over to the defense. The defense has missed these photos in the voluminous discovery. Either way, the defense has asked the prosecutor to please locate the photographs. Man, so yeah, I mean, you know, they want it, let's say they get stuck on Richard Allen. They don't really have very much evidence on him, and they need it to be him for some reason, right? They don't want to go the other route. I don't know if it's some political thing, whatever. So I mean, think about that. That's possible. So they go there, they get the search warrant, and then they end up, what if they end up, hold on. They get the gun, right? So what if they end up, you know, getting the bullet afterwards from the gun when they go to his house from the search warrant? You know what I'm saying? So now they might really have a bullet that's from his gun that they could prove, but how do we know that that was, you know, the same one that they found at the scene? There's a couple different ways that they could have, you know, planted that in a way, right? What are you talking about, guys? Katie had nightmares, really? Aw. All right, let's continue here. So, where are we at? Prosecutor locate the photographs. Okay, so publicly, Liggett has claimed under oath that one single solitary person was responsible for abducting, murdering the girls. Richard Allen. Claiming publicly that Richard Allen acted alone would allow Liggett to continue proclaiming that the murders were not the result of a coordinated abduction and subsequent ritualistic sacrifice at the hands of a pagan religious cult. No, if Liggett continues trying to convince everyone publicly that one man and one man alone, Richard Allen, performed all the tasks, then Liggett must convince others, including the public, to ignore the mountain of evidence that supports the coordinated efforts of multiple Odinites. However, you will learn later in the memorandum that Liggett's claim that one man acting alone murdered those girls is actually not something that he believes privately, based on one-on-one conversations with other law enforcement. Still, to be fair to Liggett, Liggett's public proclamation under oath, let's test Liggett's claim that one man acted alone by reviewing all the tasks that this 5'4" man would have to had to accomplish in order to pull off the abduction, ritualistic murder, and then staged crime scene as it was found on February 14th, 2017. And then remember, if it's him, then it would have had to happen so quickly. So he would have had to have done this in such a short time period. It's crazy. I always was like so confused, like, how could someone do it that quick if it's one person? And I don't know. I was always wondering if maybe when they arrested Richard Allen, I was always thinking, okay, maybe they'll find out that, he had help, so there's other people involved too. Because it's just, I always thought it was more than one person, at least two. It just seems like too much to do all that. I mean, even before we knew how it was staged, but just to get two girls down the hill, kill them, and um, and then be able to just leave so quickly and not be detected and basically be able to pull it off. So this one man would have to have been solely responsible for marching Abby and Libby down a steep hill. This one man then would have had to march both girls through the woods for some distance. At some point in time, this single solitary man would have had to cross a cold river whose depth was nearly 3.5 feet. At this depth, if the water were only 2 feet higher, Richard's whole body would have been completely immersed from head to toe. With the cold river water rising well above his waist, this man acting alone has to worry about himself crossing the rushing river while also trying to coral two girls, keeping them from running or screaming, knowing that houses were not far away. This man on his own would have had to then march the girls up to the site of the murders, while all three, because of the depth of the water, were wearing undergarments, pants, shirts, jackets, socks, and shoes that were drenched with water from the river crossing. Once he and the girls arrived at the murder scene, this single solitary person then somehow would have had to subdue either Abby or Libby in rope or some other restraining device in order to have the ability to kill the unsubdued child without fear that the other child would run away or scream. Because of the lack of blood on the girls' clothing, each child would have had to have been completely disrobed before the single solitary man sliced his first victim's neck. So the man acting alone either asked each child to disrobe or he assisted in the disrobing. Trooper Jerry Holman of the Unified Command has confirmed that both girls were naked at one point in time, as Liberty was found at the crime scene completely naked, while evidence showed that Abby at one point in time had her clothes off. Once once the girls were disrobed and naked in the middle of the forest in the middle of the day in February, and once he had subdued one of the two girls to prevent her from running away, the man acting alone could finally kill the girls. This man acting alone would have had to pull the ceremonial knife or whatever sharp instrument was used and inflict fatal injuries to the neck of the first child. It is unknown which child perished first, while the second watched, hopefully without screaming or becoming so hysterical that the said person was uncontrollable. The man acting alone would then walk over to the second person who was somehow subdued and inflict the same fatal injuries to her neck. The autopsy notes taken by Liggett revealed that the pathologist stated that because of the particular vein that was severed, Abby suffered a slow death. A slow death. Wow, that's man. Oh, that's not. Wow, that's not good to know, man. Um, I was always thinking because when we heard the rumors that you know he cut her at the neck, I always thought it was probably like a quick death at least, but no, they're saying because whatever that vein was, she suffered a slow death. Man, to give Liggett as much additional time needed to sell this preposterous story that one man committed all these tasks in a short period of time, we will presume that this one man, acting alone, took Abby's life first and Libby's second, so that he, the lone killer, could efficiently handle all of the other tasks necessary while Abby suffered her slow death. Additionally, even after Abby finally would have died, the man acting alone would have had to then wait enough time so that the blood escaping from Abby's neck would stop flowing as there was a little to no blood found on any of the clothing Abby was wearing, other than around the neck area. Both undergarments and outer garments, meaning that the single solitary man likely clothed Abby's dead body after the flow of blood ceased. Once this man acting alone inflicted the injuries to Abby's neck, and she was dying a slow death, he would have left Abby on the ground somewhere away from where she was ultimately laid to rest, as there was little blood at the scene where she was laid to rest and posed, and where the man acting alone placed sticks on her body. While waiting for Abby to die her slow death, the man acting alone would have then used his ceremonial knife or whatever sharp object he used to inflict Libby's fatal injuries at the base of the F tree, where Libby's blood was found. While waiting for Abby to die her slow death, and then while waiting for the blood to stop escaping from Abby's fatal injuries, this man acting alone would then grab Libby's body from the F tree, where she was probably killed, dragging her to her final resting place at the base of the tree where she was found. While waiting for Abby, God, why do I have to keep saying that? We'll skip the okay. So this man acting alone would have to pose and position Libby's dead body in the manner in which her dead body was found at the scene. And this man acting alone then would select a variety of tree branches and sticks with the ultimate purpose of placing them on Libby's dead body. After selecting the branches and sticks, this man acting alone would then gather those sticks and branches. After gathering the selected branches and sticks, the man acting alone would have to carefully arrange the sticks in the pattern found at the crime scene. This man acting alone would have had to take the largest and longest of the branches and use his dexterity to lift that large branch over Abby's left shoulder, over Libby's left shoulder next to her head. Next, the man acting alone would have had to take a smaller stick and place it under Libby's neck. On a straight line from Libby's right shoulder to her left shoulder, but over the previously laid out large branches that the man acting alone had placed over Libby's left shoulder. Next, the man would have had to grab one of the longer sticks and place it onto Libby's right thigh, and this stick would then be placed alongside the right side of Libby toward her head, but over the shorter stick discussed, alongside or the right side of Libby toward her head, but over the shorter stick discussed in the 14C above. Man, this stick starting near Abby's genitalia would form the right half of the V, along with the stick discussed in 4D. Next, in order to form what can be described as a V, the man acting alone would take another stick, place it onto Libby's thigh, and connect it with the stick described in 14C to form the base of the V. Then this man would run that stick essentially along the left side of Libby's body over the large tree branch that is mentioned in 4A. And then this stick is placed on Libby's left thigh, would also connect the stick described in 4B. At some point in time, once the blood draining from Abby's neck had stopped, this man acting alone would have to gather the discarded clothing from both girls, would have to redress Abby, starting with the undergarments Abby was wearing without leaving any blood, Abby's or Libby's on the undergarments, except around the neck area where Abby had been mortally wounded. This man acting alone would have to use his dexterity to lift Abby's body in order to maneuver the first bra onto Abby's body. This man would have to maneuver the first bra under her back and secure the bra. And then he would have to locate the second bra Okay. And she was saying that she was wearing, so you put the second bra on her. Okay, so yeah, I don't think. Let's see. So they're still talking the bra. So then once the pink shirt was located, he would have to put it on. Likely position Abby's arms above her head to make it easier to place the pink shirt onto her. And then, oh, thanks. Oh, 11 months, Kayla. Wow. You've been a member a long time. Thank you. So he gets the pink shirt on. I'm trying to think I'm trying to see what the next thing. You're just describing what you'd have to do to put the shirt and then the switch. Wait, hold on. So let's see. So he had the pink shirt, and then I want to see if it says Abby in her pink shirt that the pink shirt never touched the damp, dirty ground as there was no dirt on that shirt whatsoever. That's crazy. Like, who was, you know what I'm saying? How was one guy, like, somebody was probably holding it because it was probably multiple people. Because how aren't you going to get any dirt on a pink shirt? Unless I guess you could hang it on a tree. But I mean, to put that much time and effort, it almost seems impossible to be one person and then that quick. Like, if it was Richard Allen, the whole timeline, it would be too, I mean, he barely had any time to do all this. Man. So, where are we? A pink shirt. It didn't touch the ground. There's no dirt. Unlike the wet, dirty dirt found on Libby's backside and the wet dirt also found on the sweatshirt, Abby was ultimately dressed in, or that Abby was ultimately dressed in. This would mean that once the man redressed Abby in the pink shirt, that he would have likely held up her upper portion of Abby's body with one hand while grabbing the sweatshirt with the other before placing the sweatshirt on Abby. In order to put the sweatshirt on Abby, once he was able to locate Libby's sweatshirt, then this man acting alone likely positioned at least one of Abby's arms above her head as to make it easier for this man to put Libby's sweatshirt onto Abby. And it says Abby's arms. Okay, hold on. Talking about the sweatshirt. Putting a sweatshirt on it. Let's see. It would be hard to do that. Let's see. So now we're talking about finding Libby's jeans to put on Abby. So this is once he placed the opening of Libby's jeans at Abby's feet. You have to use his dexterity to lift Abby's feet from her body enough off the ground in order to start the process. Yeah, and then you have to lift up her hips, legs in order to get it. Yeah, it would be yeah. And then it says once the man acting alone had located Abby's black Converse tennis shoes with white laces, he would have used his dexterity to lift Abby's left leg with one hand while using the other hand to place Abby's tennis shoe on her left foot. So she had her shoes on too. Yeah, let me put her shoes on too. Okay. And then he would have to locate the twigs and sticks that were found on Abby and then lay them over Abby's hair so that they cross and crudely resemble antlers. And then there appeared to be no blood on Abby's tennis shoes and other clothing other than around the neck area. This man must have been extremely careful to avoid any of the blood that came out of Abby's neck as well as Libby's neck. Because the river is very close to the murder scene, the man acting alone could have also walked to the river following the cutting of the girls' necks in order to wash and clean the blood from his hands before touching Abby's body and before placing the clothing back on Abby's body. Because another possible explanation as to how Abby had no visible blood on her body or clothes other than near the site of the wound is that the man acting alone had hanged Abby on a tree, stringing her up by her feet. This method, consistent with pagan sacrificial rituals found on Brad Holder's Facebook page, would allow the blood to drip out of Abby's neck more quickly and would also prevent the blood from desecrating Abby's body. Especially if the man acting alone was able to hold Abby's arms away from her body as the blood spilled out of her neck. Man. Then you have to get. And that was that painting that Brad painted that I was gonna. That's hold on. The supposedly, where is it at? I try to like put like clear it up with different, like, you know, where you could sharpen it up. But I don't know. So this was one of the ones he painted, but I don't know if this is the one. Oh yeah, because in this document, which we haven't got to yet, were one of the paintings, they said that there was a F in red, and then there was a date that looked like it was the date February 2017, I guess, which would be really weird. But I'm not sure if that's what this is or if that's a different painting. I mean, I can't make out what that says. That does look like that could be an F right here, which we know the F was on the tree next to on the tree with Libby's blood, I mean. So, but yeah, he painted this. So they're saying like that would be another way that he could have basically when he killed Abby to, well, I just read it. You heard what I read. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, it just shows how, you know, he would have had to position all Abby's. All right. There was hold on, I'm trying to think where I saw. I think it's in this document. Yeah, hold on. I was going to tell you something that I thought I saw somebody post, but I think it's actually in this document. So I'll just wait to see if it is. All right, so hold on. Let's see if there's anything else. So about 4 feet above the ground is where he used Libby's blood to do the his finger maybe dripping with blood or a tool dripping with blood, and he would have painted a line, maybe a foot long straight, but maybe a foot long straight down the tree, about 4 feet above the ground. And then they're talking about eventually it would be the F, so to paint the F on the tree with her blood. We'll finally have laid the last stick on the line, left side of Abby's body toward the middle of her head, with all 3 sticks intersecting the same location. Yeah. Okay, so you get rather the rest of the clothing, toss the clothing into the river, and then walk back up to the crime scene and canvass it to make sure he left nothing behind. Then you have to walk up the steep hill for several hundred yards through some thickets and brush until he's able to get to the road 300 north. Although this man acting alone was somehow smart enough to keep his DNA, fingerprints, footprints, hair, and other evidence out of the crime scene, This man acting alone was apparently dumb enough to decide to walk down 300 North in the middle of the day, headed west, easily visible to the public and easily visible to anyone driving a vehicle on 300 North, like Sarah Carbaugh. Once the man acting alone was able to make his way onto 300 North to walk down the road in broad daylight, open to the public, rather than in the woods under cover, this man then walked some distance westbound to 300 North before allegedly being spotted by Sarah Carbaugh at 3:57. One man, 5'4" in stature, handled all these tasks. From the abduction at the high bridge to the crossing over the cold flowing river to subduing of one girl while the other is killed to the killing of the second girl, waiting while Abby died, then clothing Abby and very little to any blood transfer on said clothing, to the arrangements of the sticks and to the runes, to the painting of the F rune on the tree, to the throwing of the clothing items into the river, to the departure from the crime scene, and finally to traversing hundreds of yards through the forest and then up a steep hill, and then another 100 or more yards until finally reaching 300 North, all the while being so careful as to not leave any DNA or other forensic evidence behind. Were all these acts committed by one man acting alone? All these things occurred between 17 minutes and 1 hour and 17 minutes after the girls heard the phrase down the hill at approximately 2:13. Again, not plausible. At his August 8th deposition, Sheriff Liggett was adamant that one person and one person alone, Richard Allen, was involved in the murder of Abby and Libby. However, off record, Liggett doesn't believe that one man was capable of pulling off all those tasks, especially in such a short period of time, leaving behind a crime scene with no forensic evidence. As referred to earlier, Liggett says one thing publicly under oath, but a different thing off record to his buddies. One of those buddies is former Sheriff Toby Lesenby. The day after Liggett's August 8th, 23 deposition, Toby was subject to a deposition. When Toby was asked at his deposition how many people he believed were involved in the murder of Abby and Libby, Lesenby provided a different answer than Liggett. He indicated that at least 2 people were involved. The reasons Lesenby give as his belief that at least 2 people were involved in the murders was Lesenby's belief that it would be difficult for one individual to accomplish what occurred. Hey, big fish. Yeah. Hey, Stacy, madam. Ooh, we need to hear Bridge Guy and Brad's voice to compare. Yeah, we could. That's a good idea. I could do that, but the reason Lesenby gave as to his belief that at least 2 people were involved in the murder was Lesenby's belief that it would. I already read that. Shoot, yeah, because I have a couple of videos where he's talking. I have one where he has, he doesn't show his face, but he has his son. He's at the gym with his son. He talks, and then I think it's a TikTok that somebody grabbed. So we definitely have his voice. I'm sure there's more out there too, but he made everything else private. He made everything private, basically. So hopefully people grabbed some of this stuff just to, but who knows? I mean, they make some really good points here. So when asked if any other law enforcement officers shared this perspective, Lesenby provided a surprising answer based upon what Liggett had testified to under oath that day. Yes, at least one other law enforcement officer believed multiple people were involved in the murder of Abby and Libby. Tony Liggett, according to Lesenby's sworn statement, it was common for he and Tony Liggett to have one-on-one conversations, and that Tony Liggett definitely believed that more than one person was involved. Tony Liggett, who just the day before under oath claimed that only one person, Richard Allen, was involved in the murders, privately behind the scenes was saying something altogether different in a one-on-one conversation with law enforcement friends. Hi, Mary Jane. Oh, hey, Granny's watching. How are you? Hey, sure, Watson. Thanks for coming, guys. All right. So, if a call consisting of more than one person in a coordinated fashion lured the girls to the bridge, abducted the girls, and then collectively were able to perform all the tasks mentioned in the previous paragraphs, That perspective would cut against Liggett's sworn claim that the murderer acted alone. Conversely, even more problematic for Liggett is that stating under oath what he, Liggett, actually believes would then lend credence to the fact that the accumulation of evidence gathered by Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click strongly supports that on February 13th, several men from a pagan religious cult were involved. For some reason, Liggett is obviously not interested in wanting anyone, including Judge Diener, to know that the evidence strongly supports an organized pagan cult as being the killers. Therefore, sadly, it is not surprising that Liggett lied under oath when he claimed in his deposition that only one man acting alone murdered those girls. I'm going to skip some stuff here. Let's see. Part 2, the evidence that connects Odinites to the murders. For Rick's defense team, it has been hard to gain a grasp on exactly how to define Odinism. A March 15, 1998 article found in the winter issue of the Southern Poverty Law Center Intelligent Report said this about Odinism. A neo-pagan religion drawing on images of fiercely proud, boar-hunting Norsemen and their white-skinned Aryan womanfolk is increasingly taking root among skinheads, neo-Nazis, and other white supremacist groups across the nation. Asatru leaders have opened prison ministries in at least 5 states recently, and that many jailed followers are heavily white supremacist. A leading proselytizer, and prison terrorist David Lane had been writing prolifically and influencing many to adopt his racist interpretations. Bob Matthews, the late founder of the order, of which Lane was a member, adopted a series of related beliefs. A Denver skinhead who confessed to the November murder of a man because he was black bears an Asatru tattoo. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Asatru? Some key Asatru leaders have known neo-Nazi or anti-Semitic backgrounds. I want to see how to pronounce that. Asatru. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. You guys, I want to read the rest of this, but hold on a second. I am so freaking... I drink the energy drink, so I'm like, I feel like I need like to get a snack or something because I'm starting to get shaky. If you guys could wait for a minute. Okay, so it says Asatru when I Googled how to say it. I don't know if that's saying that right, Asatru. I'm trying to think what I could play, if I could play something while I'm going down there where you guys could watch. Hold on, let me think. Shoot. Oh, I could eat the foreign sacks, but I kind of want something a little bit healthier. Hold on, let me think what I could. Let's see that one video you just sent, Boo, that you sent links to. Oh, and then I could play. Hold on. So that one, if you guys, okay, maybe I'll play the of him talking to his son, so you guys could hear his voice while I go down there. And then because the one you sent me, Boo, is only like a minute, but I think this one. Let me see how long this is. Oh, that's only like 30 seconds, but here's him talking.
Okay, here's Logan doing 271 pounds. Go.
Oh, can I true crime investigate?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hold on, I was gonna play. Also, let me just play this other thing really quick, and then I'll start to play that. Just so you could hear this. No, here. I think it's no, that's not it. One second. Here it is. I think it's this one where somebody is from his TikTok.
Well, this one's really gonna piss you off. So you don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you?
Oh, madam, it was Abby's boyfriend. Did I say Libby? I might have said that wrong. That is Abby's boyfriend. His son was Abby's boyfriend at the time, supposedly.
What kind of haircut do you have, Karen? I mean, I definitely have a dickhead haircut. Okay, fact one. So my last video pissed you off. Well, this one's really gonna piss you off.
But remember, though, if this is true, there would be multiple people involved. So we don't even know the person that's saying down the hill. We don't know which one that would even be. You know what I'm saying? It could be any of the one, like what, 3 or 4 people that they said. Hold on, how many people is there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5, possibly 5 people altogether, maybe. So it could be any of them saying that. So it wouldn't be necessarily for sure have to be him saying down the hill if this whole theory was true. Remember, I'm not, I don't, this is just allegedly. We don't know who's what. I mean, but I feel like I don't know, they need to just look into this stuff, because if that was staged like that, then there's no way it was just one person. But yeah, his voice, it does kind of sound like it could be similar too, but I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily mean it would be him. But I'll try to put together like a voice comparison and do them side by side. But I'm gonna get a snack. So I'm gonna play True Crime Investigates. Said I could play his documentary until I get a snack. So I'll play that. Thank you. It's really good too. I'll just play it until I get back with my snack. All right, let me pull his page up real quick. 1 second. And you guys could share his link. Where is Yeah, because it'll kind of give you, because he like sets it up, so it'll show you like if it was Richard, what that would all have to mean. Where is it? All right. Or is there another one that we could pull on? Let me see what all ones you have. You have a lot. Man, there's a lot of them. But yeah, we'll just play the documentary. Right. Oh, wait. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. What should I get to eat, guys? Hopefully we have something I could find. All right. Okay, I'll play this for right now, and then I'll be back. Wait, for the sound that you do, like that's not going to be. Do you have what is the mute? Let me see the music.
The date was February 13th, 2017. 2 teen girls, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, went on a nature hike at the Monon High Bridge Trail. This is an abandoned historic railroad trestle that sits just east of the city of Delphi, Indiana, in Carroll County. The girls were laughing, taking photos, and having conversation which has been described as stuff girls talk about. It is unfortunate that this simple day of happiness turned into a tragic event that has haunted a small town in the Midwestern United States. Years, no arrest in the case. Will there ever be closure? Is today the day that we find justice for Abby and Libby? Coming up right now on True Crime Unfiltered, this is the Delphi Murders. Down the hill, down the hill. Down the hill, down the hill.
To the killer. You brutally murdered 2 little girls. You are hiding in plain sight. This is about power to you, and you want to know what we know. One day, you will.
This is my hometown. And for something like that to happen here, it's such a beautiful place. I mean, look at that. It's unbelievable that it happened here. I mean, it never really hit me that hard until I realized, like, this is where I'm from.
We stopped at the entrance and I watched them walk away.
You just don't worry about it when you're here. It's a small town.
Something's different about this.
It just didn't make any sense.
Why Libby?
She said, Mom, we can't find Libby.
Why Abby?
And I said, are they alive?
Who's next? As poor as this picture is, somebody knows.
And it drives me crazy because I can't solve the case. I struggle with this because you guys asked me earlier if I thought that this was his first crime or first kill. That it's almost like this guy had never committed a crime before. Maybe we need to look into law enforcement officials, public officials. You know, that guy down the road that you see at church all the time that's always smiling. It could be him.
We also believe this person is from Delphi. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. Brutally murdered 2 little girls. Only a coward.
This is a double
I believe you
homicide.
have just a little bit of a conscience left. And how you left them in that woods is not
actively
what they're
looking for this
experiencing. Only a coward would do so. That we will not stop. Why Libby? And how you left them in that woods. Why Abby? Only a coward would do such a thing. Why Delphi?
This is a double homicide.
It's not what they're experiencing today. Not. Stop. Someone knows who this individual is. Who's next? And if you're watching, we'll find you ever have this.
Help us to capture the person.
You brutally murdered 2 little girls. Only a coward.
Delphi, Indiana. A warm winter day. And the crimes that changed everything.
And to meet a monster.
13-year-old Abigail Williams and Liberty German were reported missing.
She smiled all the time.
Libby made people feel good.
I'm going to find who did this.
Our community is going through a lot of this with us.
And we pray that today is the day.
Let's find this guy.
The Monon High Bridge Trail is approximately 2 miles in length. It begins here, at the main parking area, which is located off of County Road 300 and sits next to the Hoosier Heartland Highway, which was completed around October 2013. The trail is an old rail line. The city of Delphi was fortunate to obtain the Freedom Bridge, which was originally built in 1897, dismantled, and then reconstructed in 2002. Originally meant for Connor Prairie, the bridge found its location in Delphi, Indiana. Now it forms the new connecting link for the historic Monon Trail. The development of the Hoosier Heartland Highway had cut the trail, hence the 302-foot bridge found its new resting place spanning the highway. Also, it brings a bit of history into the surrounding agricultural historic district. The trail has 4 points of entry. Old Camden Road leads directly from the Delphi city limits. A rural county country road, known as County Road 300, has 3 entry points, A, B, and C. The trail is part of the Mary and Charles Gerard Nature Preserve. Benches dedicated to loved ones overlook Old Deer Creek. In the middle section of the trail, at the Site C entrance, across the road, sits the Mears property, who participate in the German Baptist religion. This property becomes significant later on in this story. Now, back to the center point of the trail system. The paths divide into 2 separate parallel walking lanes. One is called the 501 Trail, indicating it is 501 steps to the High Bridge. The second is the 505. Similar to the other, only that this one leads down to the water and ends just around the bend from the bridge itself. The 501 leads to the historic Monon High Bridge, which stands 70 feet high and 853 feet long, marking it the state's second highest and third longest. The bridge was built in 1891. The condition of the bridge is poor, with deteriorating wood and missing ties. However, the secludedness of the bridge and curiosity of onlookers sparks interest for many to cross it. The trail ends on the southeast side of the bridge, then becomes private property, divided up into 2 owners, one north and one south of the old rail line. This property is known as the Weber-Sanders property. They own the private driveway that leads under the bridge from County Road 625, which is the road Anna Williams and her daughter Abby, one of the murder victims, resided when the crime occurred. Anna and her parents remain there today. This property was previously occupied by a woman who wishes to remain anonymous. If we head north to this location, this is the home of Mike and Becky Patty. Also residing at the residence was Becky's son Derek and his daughters, Libby German, one of the murder victims, and her older sister Kelsey. Abby and Libby were best friends, and since school was canceled on the next day, Abby spent the night at Libby's house.
This program contains violent content which may be too intense for some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
There's a cloud hanging over Delphi, Indiana.
Someone has murdered 2 girls.
An unusual clue gave police a powerful lead.
One of the girls actually took video on her iPhone right before she was murdered.
Then brings you inside the story with unprecedented access and key voices speaking for the first time.
He said, Carrie, they've found the girls. Are they okay? He said, no.
Okay, I am back. That's a little teaser, you guys. You can now go watch the the whole thing is really good, so go check it out. Mods, what mods are here? You want to leave his link, please? Wait, Mama Mia, is yours different? Hold on a second. Are you under a different name? Not a different name, but a different account? Because why does that... You have a wrench? Hold on, let me see. Why don't you have a wrench? Wait. I'm so confused. Were you not a mod? Aren't you a mod, Mama Mia? Oh, she does. Oh, I'm on StreamYard. I thought I got on YouTube side. I was on the StreamYard side. Okay, never mind. All right, let's continue this this document real quick. I had some kiwi. I had a couple spoons of rice, and what else did I eat? A little bun, like one of those. They're like these Asian buns that I saw on like was it a video or whatever? They look so good, and I ordered them. You just pop them in the microwave for 30 seconds. They're so good. I just had it playing. All right, I want to continue this because I want to try to finish. I want to in a little bit, maybe. Let's see how much. So I'm probably not going to be able to read the whole thing, obviously. I forget how far I want to read it to. So where are we at? Okay. Oh, we're reading about Odinism. Okay, so where are we at? Bob Matthews, the late founder of the order of which Lane was a member, adopted a series of related beliefs. A Denver skinhead who confessed to the November murder of a man who, because he was black, bears an Asatru tattoo. That's what I was looking up, Asatru. So when I looked it up, Google, I can do pronunciation. They pronounce it Asatru. So hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Some key Asatru leaders have known neo-Nazi and anti-Semitic backgrounds. Suddenly, says Phil Rodriguez, a gang investigator with Arizona State Prison System, Asatru's become the new big fad. Asatru, an Icelandic word meaning belief in the Aesir or gods, has been officially recognized as a religion in Iceland since 1972. Thank you again, True Crime Investigates Anthony. Thanks for letting me use that for while I went down there. Hopefully it was a good little advertisement so people go watch it and want to finish it. It really is good. I watched it one night as I was laying in bed. Okay, so where are we at? Further down in the article, the SPLC states the following. Odinism, which is closely related to Asatru, was much favored in the Nazi Germany. Its Nordic Teutonic mythology was a bedrock belief for the key Third Reich leaders. And it was an integral part of the initiation rites and cosmology of the elite Schutzstaffel, which supervised Adolf Hitler's network of death camps decades later. Wait, what? What's your favorite Nazi journey? Wow. Man. Anyway, Odinism also influenced George Lincoln Rockwell's American Nazi Party. Brand racist Odinism. Yeah, I'm not going to click on that right now. In addition to the white supremacy component that exists with Odinism, there seems to be an additional dark, demonic component to Odinism. At least if articles concerning Odinist human sacrifice and imagery found on the internet, coupled with imagery and language found on Brad Holder's Facebook page, are to be considered as an example, the defense has attached exhibits 30 to 34. Exhibits 30 and 31 were found on the internet. Exhibits 32 and 33 are different versions of the same image that Brad Holder posted on his Facebook page. As you can see, law enforcement wrote the words painting by Brad Holder, Odin hanging from the world tree. Exhibits 34. This appears to be something that law enforcement would have used in a PowerPoint presentation. Actually, let's hold on, I think I have it. Ooh, I think I have his page. Yeah, I do. Ooh, sorry. Anybody that messenger, I'm on my Facebook, so don't message me. I mean, you can, but it's gonna pop up because I'm sharing my screen. So here's his Facebook page. I have it. Oh, because I put in February 2017. I just was trying to look at that time frame. What he posted. So that would be the month of the murders. So it starts off with this. So February 28th, he posts. But see that I put in February, so that means from February. Wait. Oh, never mind. Okay, so it goes from the end. So let's actually go down. Let's go the right way. So we're reading it in order. I'm going to start below. We'll just look at February's right now, and then we'll continue. Just out of curiosity to see what he's posting. It looks like a lot of gym stuff. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. This is that one that I screenshot. Okay, so let's just start. I just want to look at all of February. Because he does post a lot, so we're only going to be able to, you know what I'm saying, look at so much during. All right, so we'll just start on February. What's that? Yeah, the Odin stuff. You know, I'm going to screen record this. Just so Whoa, what is that? In case if it goes down. All right, so we have February 1st. That's what we'll start. Gosh, he does post a lot. So we have February 1st. He posts what? Just like a nothing really. 5/22. What? I don't know. And then he posts February 1st. What is this? Knowledge of one's destiny, knowledge of future matters, determine the future or your path, pertaining to things feminine, mysteries including female fertility. And what is this? Addiction. Algae, protection, a shield, the protective urge to shelter oneself or others, defense, warding off evil, connection with the gods. Okay, success, goals, honor, life, death. Okay. I'm going to read all that right now. Rune meaning. So here's runesecrets.com. So actually, that'd be interesting to see because this is what he's going by. So what does these mean? You know what I'm saying? So he had F. What is F? A god. Order, breath, gods. Meaning inspiration, communication. Don't forget the rune secrets. Insus. So it's a god is the F that he put on, or not he. Somebody put on the tree. Like I said, but we don't know who. But that was weird because there was an F on a tree that was used with Libby's blood. Which. So let's see. Order gods, Odin, transmission of intelligence, communication, reason, inspiration, language, breath, sound origins of language, the voice of the universe, spell song, casting, chanting, ancestors, passing of the breath along the ancestral line, evolution of gods, speech, poetry, discussion of runes, memetics, semiotics, etymology, linguistics, Odin's gift to the first humans is said to be breath of life. Wait a minute, that is kind of breath of life. Because look, so order, breath, God. So breath of life, inspired mental activity along with form. It's just kind of weird, like, because breath of life, I mean, do you see how that could be? Took the breath of life away, really. Wow. The root energy of this rune triggers inspiration, ecstatic mental states, the ability of our minds to work with patterns, which computers for the most part completely lack, is inherent in the energies of Anzus. Thorson aptly states that Anzus is the rune of ancestral sovereign power of mind and consciousness, inspiration, enthusiasm, and power of the use of symbols. Spirit takes up its residence in the human body when the babe breathes its first breath. It leaves the body with the last breath. That's kind of interesting then. Breath is the actual point of osmosis between the physical world of the human being and the transpersonal energy that animates the universe. Emphasis on the breath is seen in meditation practices in all traditions. Inspiration means to breathe in the exalting or quickening influence of cosmic awareness. The breath is also connected to ancestry, as even the word spirit comes from the same root as breath. Our ancestral lines are unbroken with those of the gods still to this day in blood and breath. I'm only saying it's interesting, not that I think this stuff's interesting. I'm saying because that F was there. And if you think about, what happened. So what I'm saying is interesting that, maybe there is a connection, like maybe it is this, and that would kind of, I could see why, you could kind of see the connection of putting that, with the whole thing. Am I making sense? Let's see. So we're connected with listening and speech. So the communication part. So communication and meaning in general. use such skills wisely for manipulation can, through temptation, become an end in and of itself, and corrupt the power of the rune. The problems with propaganda and misdirection are that the mind will follow its own words into confusion and create hypocrisy, which will damage the Haminga. Thought and action are most powerful when aligned, and honesty is the best policy. The rune of secrets, silence, and true listening is Burkano, but there is a type of listening that will allow one to hear the voice of the universe. The rune of higher reasoning and mental abilities particular to human is Manas. Manas. These 3 runes used in conduction are extremely powerful. So I wonder if those were the other. I wonder what. So I wish they described what the stick. So the one, so we have a V, but then a V, and then it like with the like this. So I wonder if that whole thing. Let's see. So I don't know if it's a V that they were trying to portray, or if there's a symbol that kind of looks like the V with the line going like this. You know what I'm saying? So, but let's just see what a V means in this. And then the other one almost is like, they said asterisk, looking like an asterisk, and then the other one on Abby's. Oh, I'm trying to picture how they. I don't know if I could fully. By the way they describe it, it's like I don't know if it's. I could fully picture it correctly. Okay, so let's see. Is there a V here? It could be this. But that's like a sideways. Or maybe, no, it was more, the way they described it, it'd be more like a line went this way. A V, and then the stick that went like this. Guess it could be. Oh, hold on. I guess, no. Let's just see what this one is. Because then also, the way that this is how I'm picturing, if I'm picturing it right, the way that the bodies were placed, it seems like that they were almost, because he said that they were like diagonal, almost like that made a V with their bodies. That's how I was picturing what they're describing. Like, so Libby, and then the feet were connecting, and they said they weren't parallel. They were like kind of like diagonal. So I feel like the person even made like a V with their bodies, it seemed like, right? Knowledge, craft, tradition, controlled, fire, earth, experience, torch, knowledge and intellect, illumination, search for enlightenment, shedding light on matters, quest for truth, inabilities, let's see, occult, female secrets, intuition, enthusiasm, teaching, learning, playfulness, observation, clarity of thought, cognitive faculties, humility, energy transformation, controlled energy transformation. Let's see. Artistic or technical ability, craft, transformation, offspring, new information, disease, decay, breakup, inability, lack of creativity, ignorance, arrogance, elitism, overconceptualization. Huh. Kenaz is the symbolizes the control and harnessing of fire for warmth and illumination. Represents our having harnessed forces and energies greater than ourselves. Let's carry our own torch, creating a path of light, flows through the darkness. With Ansus, they are rightfully ours to use in the present life. Huh. Well, so now I'm trying to think of the other stuff that they described. None of them are really what? Unless. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because think about, so. Hold on. No, that wouldn't be right. Never mind, never mind. Or wait, what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to like look at the after this live. I'm gonna have to draw out some things to see. Oh, this kind of looks like what they described that was on top of Abby, right? I was kind of picturing this, but a little bit different when they described it. This could possibly be the sticks. Let's see what this means. Okay, Wolfpack. Magus. Let me look at this because this reminds me of like I said, I think the sticks that were on top of Abby, right? Or was it? I think Abby. Let's just see if this. Let's see, rune of peace and patience, measurement of time, cycles, progress, biorhythms, waiting, gardening, farming, seasons, harvest, reward for positive action, plenty, peace, proper timing, repetition, bad timing, poverty, conflict, regression, fertility, creativity, harmony with the land, realization of the cyclical nature of huh. Land's breath, rhythms of sleep. Huh. The right timing. Manipulation of subjective time. Could speed things up or slow things down. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. So you said mag, but how do you know that that's the thing? Did you look it up, or is that what you're saying, or did you find it here? I'm definitely going to do a little digging on that, but let's go back to see. I'll look through that more later. But so here's that one that I showed you. It says Hail Odin, which it must be. Yeah, look, the V. And then this symbol, that symbol was on there. Let's see what that symbol was again. Hold on, what was that? I don't think we looked at that one, what it meant. This one. This is the one that I have to draw out some stuff when read those documents, and I have to see something because I feel like this could be something too of what one of the whole thing was. But let's see. So he has that on the table. Degas, illusion that once realized is lovingly embraced nonetheless. Becoming realized. Conceptual, paradoxical, twilight, dawn, polarity. Synthesis, transmutation, another day, daylight, awakening, awareness, hope. I don't know. Darkness is not darkness is a wonderful saying to meditate upon. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to take time if I want to understand any of that. So this is February 2nd, rise and shine, getting ready for work. I don't know who that is, Stephen or something I'm thinking about. So this will be leading up to. Yep, good night, Facebook world. I'm over this day. See you tomorrow. Good morning. Friday, payday. Hope you have a wonderful day. And this is that revealing message or insight. So some of the stuff with. Let me post this again. Oh, he's posting. So Ansus. Be who you were before. All that stuff happened that dimmed your shine. Okay. Everything you are going through is preparing you for what you asked for. Okay. Looks like he's visiting a friend. That's him right now. Okay. Proof of life. Ed's still kicking. I love you, brother. I was really worried about you. When a girl replies with "oh, thanks," it means she's politely asking you to return to the friend zone that you just tried to escape from. Okay. Oh, that's right. I am what I am. Today is a milestone in my life. I feel excited and upset at the same time. I will be stepping down as Gothy in Tribe of Gungner's path. The gods are pushing me to be a traveling Gothy to help people set up kindreds in India. I feel this is lacking. Patrick Westfall, there's one of the guys that's in the documents that they think, in their theory, will take over my responsibility as Gothy for Tribe of Gungner's path. I'm going to be having lots of meet and greets. It's time, Indiana, for you to quit being a virtual heathen and start meeting people and starting kindreds and study groups. Huh, that's kind of interesting. So that's February 5th of 2017. And we have people change for two main reasons. Either their minds have been opened or their hearts have been broken. Got my back in the darkest of hours. Wait, when is this? Hold on. This is February 6th. If you got my back in the darkest of hours, I got yours for the rest of your life. No doubt. Okay. Home, family, community. Today, think about what family means to you and who you consider to be your family or tribe, whether biologically related or otherwise. What values do you and your family share? Do you have traditions? Okay. More of this rune stuff. You bought a rune set with a blank piece. Save it in case you lose another rune piece, but don't use it in rune casting. Inherited property or possessions, a house, home. What is truly important to one? Group order, group prosperity, land of birth, spiritual heritage. Okay, let's see. So he's doing this. A home, estate, group prosperity, freedom. So this is 6th. So this is February 7th. All right, folks, we have set a specific goal for shirt sales this month. Our goal is 33 t-shirts. Since Saturday, we've sold 5. The more we sell, the more we raise for OC, which also means we can stop doing pre-sales and you'll be able to get shirts within days and not weeks. There'll be more money for the Yule Fund, more money to set up events, etc. Let's make this happen. I'm going to purchase a bunch of these and have them at our meet and greets. I'm going to sell them at cost for those who don't like purchasing things online. I'm going to purchase some of these and have them at our meet and greet. So that one's Cheap Thor's hammer pendant. I'm going to be purchasing some of these at our meet and greets. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. It's okay. Thank you for your super chat. We're talking about the Delphi. There's some new documents that came out with that case that are really interesting, actually. So now we're on February 7th. I've got 99 problems and 86 of them are completely made up scenarios in my head that I'm stressing about for absolutely no logical reason. And he's always is sharing those, posting those. Wanted marshals need help to find a convicted SO recently released from Virginia. I want to do this, he says. A sport where gunfighting slams into mixed martial arts. Shoot at each other with real guns. When all the ammo is gone, there could be some real fighting. Oh, here's another one. Okay. So this is February 8th. So it's these symbols. Hail Odin. Orange. Not feeling good, so chomping down an orange. Street tacos. My puppy took me out to get some, so now we're on 9th. Now this is maybe I need a different approach. This is February 9th. February 9th. Oh yeah, bowling and always going to be a thing. Stop wrapping your kids in cotton wool. Teach them to stand up and defend themselves and stop raising a society of victims. Oh yeah, that's me. Haha. Okay. So he must have 3 sons, Levi, Logan, and Lane. Says, I love you, boys. Oh my, these ribs are delicious. Okay. Red, well, green, high. So we're at February 11th, So February 11th, I want to talk absolutely for a minute. And you see nowadays, just because I'm not in love with you or I don't call you my family or part of my tribe does not mean I want to go out and burn your house down and kill you. Just because someone feels they want to live a separate life from you does not mean they hate you. It seems nowadays the media and everyone else wants to go to extremes and start killing one another. Just because you're not part of my tribe doesn't mean I want you to die. Hate is a strong word. Preservation is a better word. Back at the new gym, good times. So this is February 11th, February 12th. GNC commercial, February Woot, getting sweaty. 13th. So we got February 13th. Need, constraint, motivation. Today, think about how, so this is the day before, that's why I'm reading it. Today, think about how necessity has shaped your life. Was there a time when you did something because you absolutely had to? Also, think of times you came to endings in your life because you were blocked or restricted. What have you learned about limitations and necessity from these experiences? How can you use that wisdom now? Okay, so thanks, Scott, for the muffins. Goals for 2017. Move out of mom and dad's basement. Get a decent running 4x4 truck because old Red is falling apart. Start working out a lot. Start taking martial arts, whether that's boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, etc. Do fun stuff with my kids. Oh yeah, I can't leave out support single mothers and their breast implants at least once this year. Haha. Huh? Truth. Okay, so happy Monday. This too shall pass. So this is, wait. Hold on a second. Let's see something. So they were discovered. I wanted to see what time. I thought it was like noon or something on the 14th. What time are they discovered? I know it. So this is the day 13th. Yeah. Wait, when did that start? So he posted a lot that day. Hold on a second. Does it give a time? Because this is the day. Can you look at the time? No, I don't see a time. Wonder if there's a way to see a time when these are posted. So, does anybody know? Hey, Darksea, what's up? Hey, Vincina. Sorry, I haven't been saying hi to people. Hey, Madam Butterfly, I've just been in the... So 13th, he posted a lot that day, but I wish I could figure out what time these are. So he posted this. So this is like his goals on that day. He wants to, I didn't realize he was living with his mom and dad in the basement. But so he does these goals. It's truth. this too shall pass. It may pass like a kidney stone, but it'll pass. So we have my right before I get slapped out of me. And then we have the gym. So this is that one I think they were talking about. And we haven't read it yet. See, he does do it twice. Wait, woohoo, hitting it hard. Got a good workout in. So I wish I knew how to look at it. The time. Does anybody know? Hey, Soul, if you could do a time. Because that would be really interesting so we could know what time these are. Like, so no comments. Okay. So February. So this is the day after when they find them. So let me be the first one to say F Valentine's Day. Well, I probably won't get anybody to work out with me at 2 a.m., but I am hooked. My energy and testosterone is through the roof right now. They talk about this. Okay, you'll see when we finish reading this. They talk about this post where they say, well, why is your testosterone through the roof? So this would be 2 a.m. So this would be the night, basically the night after the murder, because the murder is the 13th, 2 a.m. That would be basically the same night, like he hadn't slept yet. You know what I'm saying? And so they're like, why is your testosterone through the roof right now? You know, like, why is he all probably like jacked up and like, you know, so they do talk about that. Wow, that's interesting. Wait, if there's something you have been feeling guilty about, today is the day to do the honorable thing. Wait, what was the 13th? Hold on, I just want to see something real quick. This would be the day of the murder. It says, need, constraint, motivation. Think about how necessity has shaped your life. What was there a time when you did something because you absolutely had to? Think of times you came to endings in your life because you were blocked or restricted. What have you learned about limitations and necessity from these experiences? How can you use that wisdom now? Anyway, so yeah, we have the 14. So he works out. His testosterone's up. I heard you're supposed to send people hearts and kittens on Valentine's Day. So he sends like literal hearts. Are you kidding me? And then, so this is the day after the murder, and this is when the day they find him. It says, okay, here's my words of inspiration. Today is Thursday. No, it wouldn't. Oh, Tuesday would be. But I also drew the rune Taiwas and Galaxy runes all this past weekend. In the beginning of this week, I've been drawing runes that have to do with giving up the baggage in my life or cutting away the old. What I believe that gods are trying to tell me is sometimes in our lives we have to make sacrifices, and it hurts. But like the gods made sacrifices to become who they were. So must we. Like a butterfly has to shed a cocoon to become a butterfly. So we must soldier through our hardships and become better. And then he posts this. Logan, I know you're upset. Keep your head up. Your dad is here. And it's like one of them was his girlfriend. And he's telling him sorry and stuff because he's talking about 2 missing teen girls in Delphi. He posts that next day, the 14th, when they find them. Second workout he puts on the 14th. We're getting pumped. So this is the 15th. Okay, let's see what else we got. Dead lifts yo diggity. Let's see. I came by and your mom said you wasn't there. I waited for 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. I'll swing by when I'm done. I don't know who he's talking about. They must have erased their thing. Okay. Grab vodka to make drinks. Somebody said, life has never given me lemons. It has given me anger issues, anxiety, a love for alcohol, and a serious dislike for stupid people. He says, truth. Tell me, Chuck, what is love? The feel of recoil, the smell of cordite and gunpowder, and a belt-fed weapon? Okay. Whoa, this is another thing that they talk about in the documents we're going to get to. So he posts this February 17th. Your real ones don't judge you or ask a bunch of questions. They help you move the body and never speak of it again. So they talk about that in the documents where, you know, how the bodies were moved. Both of them, they weren't killed in the spot that they ended up in. They had to move them. So it's like, if this theory's correct, his friends helped him move bodies. If that, you know, allegedly in the theory that the defense has laid out. So it's just kind of interesting. So that's the one where it says, I had to take Logan to Delphi. This should be fun. Hope he's doing okay. Everyone is in my thoughts. After all this happened there, why did you take him? Did he know the girls? I sure hope Logan is okay. Had to. His girlfriend was one of the girls. I sure didn't do it because I wanted to. Feel bad for him too. I pray he gets help he needs to get through this. And then he says, here at the viewing, the line is long. Logan is all upset. Can't imagine what he's going through. Keep watch over him. Sending hugs. I'm sorry Logan is going through this. Oh, so then we have, which Nordic god are you? Ooh, just got me one. Or I think I want to go get, I want to some swap meets this spring and build myself a bike. Big shoulders today. My phone sucks at video, so I give you a pic of Logan. There's something wrong with your character if opportunity controls your loyalty. How do I find out if what my Facebook URL or address is? Like to put on an application or something? I was trying to fill out an application for something and it won't let me go any further without giving my Facebook thingy. Huh. I don't know. That's weird. And then we're just going to go through February's, guys. So we're almost done, then we'll finish the documents. Okay, my favorite day. Let's see. Big legs. So talking about lots of crying going on. I don't want to do legs. You ain't going to get big if you don't do legs. All right. Oh, yeah. So I have this new make-believe girlfriend. You guys meet Lizzie Hale from Hailstorm. Sorry, ladies. If you can't touch my soul like she can, then I'm taken. Oh, and she's a redhead. Okay. Something your knight in Shining Arbor turns out to be a man in steel-toe boots wearing a hard hat. I have brothers worldwide. Wait, is that the symbol? Hold on, that's probably the V. Maybe that he was, that's, sorry, I keep saying that like it's a, for sure. But whoever did that, staged the girls that maybe they were trying to make that shape with Libby, because remember she had the V and then, but see, I thought it was, you were seeing like it went across the other stick. But I don't know for sure. Maybe, I don't know. What does that even mean though? This symbol, is that on that? I'll have to go back and look. Oh, I want to see something. Where was that at? That shirt. Oh, there's no comments. Hold on, guys. Just bear with me. We're almost done looking at this. I just wanted to just look at February's. Norse Fitness. For all my friends that lift. Shoot, it just went. I could put February in, but I think we saw enough for February. This is now, though. These are current ones. I don't know what this is. So far, I've rocked 20 miles 4 days ago. This is recently. So he's all clean shaven. So I'll show you a few and then we'll move on. All right, guys, let's continue with the you've been hiking a lot, huh? Let's see if there's any talking. Hold on. I know I'll say that's why I'm going to look a little bit. There might be one of him walking. Because he posts a lot on Facebook, so I bet you we could find one. I'll do after I finish. Maybe today I'll look through them because I want to finish those documents right now, though. But let's see if it looks like any of them might be him walking. Let's go a little bit. I think these are all going to be push-up ones, right? Yeah. These are all like he just does push-ups. Okay. But I'll look through some stuff later. I just want to finish this and then so I don't waste your time by going, you know what I'm saying, where I find the good ones that we need. But let's see. Hold on, I want to see something. I forgot we could do this or we could go videos too. Even though you missed some. So here's Logan now, more recent. Like back in 2017, he looked a lot younger because I was looking at his Facebook too. Abby's boyfriend at the time's Facebook. His son, which is older now. See, that's him now. There. There's them two. All right, let's see here if there's anything else interesting. He's got a lot of pictures because, yeah, he's a big poster. He does. He posts a lot. So I'm not going to be able to go through it all right now. All right, let's continue. And like I said, I'll try to go through the stuff on my own, and then, oh, it doesn't have a lot of times it'll have the videos option. Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah, that was in a different spot. Let's see. Oh, you guys can't hear it because my stupid audio thing. I keep forgetting that you're not able to hear the sound. Huh. Because I'm sharing it with that stupid glitch that I have. I'm sorry. Hold on, let's see though. You're not missing anything. Hold on. I just want to see something. I want to see if we have any of him walking. What was this? Wait, so is that Logan's daughter now, or son, or kid? Is he having a kid? Is that? I wonder. Hold on. Actually, hold on. This could be interesting. Hold on a second. Let's watch this. I'll pull it up on my on this page. If it doesn't, shoot, hold on. It might glitch out like it was before. I hope not. Hold on. So we can watch a part of this. It's like a ritual, it says. One of the ceremonies. So that could be kind of interesting, huh? Okay, so let me read a couple more pages and then we'll watch that. The ceremony, part of that ceremony. But let's just read a little bit more and then we'll get back to it. Okay. All right, so yeah, because it talks about some of the Facebook, so then it'll make a little bit more sense. So that tree, like the hanging, which I showed you that. Okay, Kevin Murphy, who was a state trooper that investigated the Odinist angle, said this about Odinism. It seemed to me to border an almost satanic. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Wait. Share my whole screen. All right. I want to see if it echoes. No, okay, we'll be able to do it. Okay. All right, so I have that ready. Okay, where are we? So a satanic type of worshiping sacrifice, but I couldn't really wrap my brain around it. Exhibit 30 is an image from a website on an Odinism of a man hanging upside down from a tree who has been sliced in the neck with multiple dripping to the ground. This man's arms are posed similarly to Abby's at the crime scene. This man's legs are also posed similarly to Abby at the crime scene. His leg is straight and his left leg is straight and his right leg is bent at the knee. The only difference is that the man's leg is placed over the left leg. The right leg is placed over the left leg, while Abby's right leg was posed under her left leg. Wait. The only difference is the man's right leg is placed over the. Oh, okay. But Abby's was under. Okay. Exhibit 31 is an image from a website on Odinism of a man wearing antlers. Similar to how he did with Abby, with the sticks. And also resembles the crime scene, and the man's left leg is straight while his right leg is bent and placed under his left leg. They're both found on the internet by Brian Butcher. In the event that the court might think like, well, just because those images are available on the internet concerning Odinism has nothing to do with Brad Holder. Exhibit 32 and 33 are the image that the defense located in the state's discovery. Both exhibits are the same image. 33 being a close-up version. The image itself is a painting produced by the hands of Brad Holder, as the court can see. Brad Holder painted what the defense would call a very creepy serial killer looking image of a naked man hanging from a tree. Holder's painting is similar in appearance to exhibits 30 and 31. Also in Holder's self-made painting, you can see that just like Abby, the hanging man's right leg is bent at the knee, angled toward the man's straight left leg. Wait, is the one that, yeah, look, I forgot about that. This is the painting they're talking about. And then you can see the F right here, but look, it's bent. So, Wolfpack, I forget what you said to look up. I got to write that down. I was going to do that and I forgot. Hi, Clyde, help. All right, so yeah, that's, yeah. And remember, Brad painted that. So again, an overly inquisitive man down in Georgia began piecing all this together without even having benefit of the crime scene photographs. Yet the Unified Command apparently either incompetently or intentionally failed to piece together these images, which would have caused any curious investigator to continue pursuing Brad as a suspect. Ryan's curiosity led him to continue his research into runes and Odinism. Butcher's research led to an article that is a primer for Odinist sacrifice. The defense has attached this article by Daniel Bray, titled Sacrifice, the Sacrificial Ideology in Old Norse Religion. So within Bray's article, he discusses the history of human sacrifice to Odin that exists in the pagan Norse religion. Unified Command claims that Odinism was ruled out early because of the findings of a Purdue professor. However, the Unified Command now claims that it can't remember the name of the Purdue professor. Early in the investigation, one of the investigators viewing the crime scene thought that it might be the work of Odinists practicing Odinism. Unified Command's Jerry Holman has forgotten which investigator it was. Early in the investigation, based upon the thought that Odinism may explain how the bodies were found and how the sticks were arranged on top of the girls, the Unified Command sought out an expert. The expert was being sought in order to consider whether the crime scene was indicative of Odinism or some other cult. According to Holman, Sergeant Steve Buckley of the Indiana Police was in charge of locating the expert. Allegedly, the expert that Sergeant Buckley found was from Purdue. According to Holman, he doesn't know the Purdue professor's background, but he studies that Norwegian Nordic culture that Odinism is. Holman admitted that Holman, has never talked to this Purdue professor. Holman stated that Sergeant Buckley knew the Purdue professor's background, and furthermore that Sergeant Buckley was in communication with them. According to Holman, the professor was out of the country at the time. And we did not release the photos, but we released a sketch of the sticks, how they were laid, and some other information. Having reviewed everything, the professor concluded that it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime. However, Jerry told a different story to the trooper Roland Purdy concerning the conclusions of the Purdue professor. Purdy began assisting with the investigation in March 2017. However, the first time that Purdy ever even heard the word Odin or Odinite was at least May or June of 2017. It's also important to note that the first time that the trooper Purdy heard the word Odin or Odinite wasn't even through Unified Command or any other law enforcement officer, but rather through Becky Patty, who is Libby German's grandmother. Becky Patty, while talking to Trooper Purdy, informed Purdy that Abby Williams had dated Holder's son, Logan, and that Logan's dad was an Odinist named Brad Holder. This information interested Purdy, who then talked to Holman, and Holman told Purdy that they had already run the stick formations and Odin angle through Purdue professor. Upon reviewing that Purdue report, according to Purdy, the Odinite angle was not dead. In other words, Holman did not tell Purdy, and the report did not claim that the Purdue conclusions were that that it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime. Holman has told one story to Purdy and yet another under oath in deposition as to what the Purdue professor's conclusions were concerning Odinism involvement in the murders. So they're saying that that's not even what the conclusions were by the professor. So the fact is they need to know who the professor was, and nobody could tell them who this professor was. Because look, it says Holman told Purdy that the results from the Purdue professor were kind of inconclusive. Anyway. The difference between concluding that Odinists and cults did not commit the murders versus that the evidence is inconclusive as whether Odinists were involved in the murders is significant. In the first instance, such a conclusion could theoretically explain why law enforcement stopped pursuing the Odinite angle. In the second, law enforcement would presumably continue to pursue the Odinite cult angle based on the stick formations, girl body positioning, and the F painted in Libby's blood on the tree, as well as other strong evidence supporting an orchestrated abduction and ritualistic murdering of the girls. As stated earlier, both Lesbian and Liggett believed more than one person were involved based upon how much work was needed to leave the crime scene the way it was found. However, if Purdue report concluded that a band of Odinites were not involved, then arguably it could be the work of one man. It is very telling that Trooper Purdy had been working as an investigator on the case for at least 2 months before ever hearing the word Odin or Odinite. The fact is evidence that the Odinite angle was abandoned before Purdy became involved in the investigation in March 2017. This point can't be emphasized enough. So it was abandoned only a few weeks after the girls were murdered. The reason for the abandonment, a Purdue professor. Of course, Holman tells one thing under oath about the conclusion and another to Purdy. The results were inconclusive. A report may or may not exist that does not rule out Odinism. Okay, let me skip around here because this is just talking about. Okay. Let's see. Can't identify the Purdue professor caused the abandonment of the likely source of the murders. Yeah, it says now this mystery professor can't be found. 2 young girls were brutally murdered, and an innocent man sits in Westville being mentally abused by Odinite guards. And Detective Holman can't even identify the professor. It is very difficult to put into words the level of incompetence, or worse, the level of intentionality on display. It would be utterly laughable if the consequences of this dereliction of duty didn't involve life and death, the life of Richard Allen and the deaths of Abby and Libby. These are the facts that greatly undermine the credibility of the entire investigation and are an embarrassment to the greater law enforcement community. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. 12-page Odin report. A part of the discovery, the defense received a 12-page Word document that provided a summary of Trooper Kevin Murphy's investigation of the Odinite angle. Over time, for reference purposes, the defense has come to call this document the Odin report. Therefore, to clearly reference this document throughout the rest of the memo, the defense will use the moniker Odin report when discussing this report. It was created by State Trooper Murphy, who thankfully independently curious. He was thankfully independently curious. But in March 2017, Liggett and Hammond concluded Brad should be cleared. They had claimed that it had concluded very early on that Odinites were not involved, despite Liggett and Holman clearing Holder as a suspect in March 2017, and despite a mystery Purdue professor dismissing all links between Odinism and the murders. Murphy pressed on. Murphy began investigating a man named Elvis Fields down in Rushville, Indiana. And Elvis Fields, I think, is the Elvis Fields that had those pictures of the Barbie doll. I'm pretty sure it's the right one. The fruits from this investigation ultimately boomeranged Murphy, as well as law enforcement's Greg Ferenczi and Todd Click, back to Brad Holder, and therefore back to Odinism. Okay, let me see if I could. All right, so let's watch some of that video that we were watching. Hold on. No, that's one. Hold on 1 second. Why is it not? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna bring up that Facebook, those videos we were looking at. It looks like it's one of the ceremonies or something. Let me find it here. We probably won't watch it all on here because I think it looks like it's like 29 minutes. Oh, there's a couple of them. All right, hold on. Let me share that my other screen, and then we'll finish reading some of this. I won't be able to probably finish the whole because we're on page 55. I don't think I'll be able to finish the whole thing, but we can read the rest of the parts that I have highlighted. All right, so let's watch a part of this and see what this is all about.
To you if you wish to hail him or not. It is not required.
Everybody knows who Thor is, so yes, ma'am. Oh, you are on it. Yeah. Okay. This space is now holy and warded in a sacred space. Mind your thoughts, mind what you say, mind what you think. This is now a sacred, holy seed. Gosh, you guys are evil. Holy shit. Whew. Okay. So we're warded, we're guarded. We are all protected by the hammer of Unar, the Thor hammer. And I want to tell you guys about Kavither. When I formed this kindred, I went back and forth with the name. And I thought it only right, with me being a musician, and a lot of my kindred members, and a lot of my sisters being artists, poets, writers. Those are the gifts of Kavither. So I wanted to honor him. And I will read to you about him. He was the first poet. He was the first skull. He was so wise that even Odin, All-Father, sought after him. And what happened to him is two dwarves, Jarlar and Mjolnir, drained his blood and dropped it into the mead, making the mead of inspiration. So that's why mead is so important to heathens. It is like our sacrament. It is our sacrament. With this mead of inspiration, the gifts bestowed upon us are poetry, music, writing, painting, paint your songs, paint your portrait, sing your songs, do your writing, do everything that you wanted to do. Don't hold back. That's the gifts of Kavissar, and that's the gifts of our kindred. We have, I'm a musician. What are your gifts? I want everybody to think about your gifts and think what's important to you, what you want to create, and use this a year to do those things that you've always wanted to do. I'm looking around here and since I know you guys, I have singers, I have dancers, I have writers, I have balls, I have, holy shit.
Lawyers.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Look me up for we can collaborate together. We have so many gifted people here, and that's the gift of Kavissar. That's what he gives us. And you know he was powerful if Odin sought after him, all fathers. Why is this all gods? And that you can't have me here because we're in a public place, but usually that's what we would drink, the mead of inspiration, is what we need. So what I've done is in the water I put the honey, which kind of makes it to mead, but like generic mead. So when I bless everybody, I go hard to water and charging the water with what they need, the inspiration. So when I bless you guys, I want you to think what you want to create. You want to write a book? You want to paint a portrait? You want to write songs? You want to make an album? What you want to do? You want to grow mushrooms? You want to grow a farm? What do you want to do? Because you can do it. So take this with you. With that being said, when I first formed this kindred, and I brought Tina in as my apprentice, she wrote this beautiful poem that we yesterday sat in Starbucks and turned into a song. I'm looking at it, I'm like, this needs to be a song. So I started reading it, but I sang it like I'm doing with my other music project, and everybody in Starbucks like basically stops and listens to Tina and I singing the song. So we composed a song with the gifts of Kavissar and Starbucks coffee. So the poem that Tina's going to read is how she was inspired when she first came into the kindred, when I first formed it, because this is a new kindred. I've only been alive for 6 months because when I hurt my ankle. So I want her to read this poem. It's now a song that you guys will hear in the future.
The poem derives from Kavissar's story. He was born of the Aesir and the Vanir, which are the two different factions of the Norse gods. He was born from their spittle. He was then drained in his blood. His blood was added to mead, which came as the mead of inspiration. This mead was liberated from.
Okay, I'm back. I was watching it. I just had to get a licorice.
Born of Aesir and Vanir to travel far and wide. I'm gonna cry. Damn it. Okay. Prose and poems that you share should warm us.
I'm gonna skip through some of this. I'm gonna see if.
We will.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna watch all this. Let's see what else we have. There's one more. Let's see what this is.
Get a picture when she comes back around, so you can tag her in it.
Oh, points right again.
All right, birds.
anyway?
Called a native pot. It's salt water. Oh, man.
What is that anyway?
Called a native pot. It's salt water. Oh, man.
Up to you if you wish to hail him or not. It is not required.
So this was, he looked like he was, is that him? Just remember, he looks a lot skinnier there. Is that him? Looks a lot thinner there. Why can't I tell? If it's him. Maybe it's an old video of him. Because there's definitely a huge difference between the way he looks there and then this one. And this would be January. He is a lot more bald there than he. So I don't know if that's him. No, I'm going to finish reading it. I just was looking through some stuff. Thought we would. Okay, so yeah, we'll finish. I thought you guys wanted to watch some stuff too. We were trying to. Yeah, there's no way that other one was him because that person was way too skinny. I guess I could be wrong. Okay, yeah, we'll finish reading the document. I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to figure out what you guys would rather do, if you want to look through this or not. Like if you want to take a break from the document. I never know. Like I said, we're not going to be able to finish it, but yeah, let's continue. Because it looks like everybody I am losing a lot of people, so maybe it's not what you guys wanted to do. I thought you did for some reason. Sorry. All right. Let's continue. Like I said, we're definitely not going to be able to get through it all, but I'm going to read at least a few more pages. So now we're doing the come on, there we go. The Brad Holder connections. Yeah, so do I. I don't know. I guess I can't please everybody. I just have to try to like figure out what most people want to do. But I really should try to finish what I was going to read since I can't. He has his TikTok private, Jolene. I can't get in it. Are you? Can you? Are you already somehow a friend? Or I don't know how that works. If it's private, does that mean like who can see it? Because I can't see it. It's private, so I've only seen that one that somebody did like a screen record on it, but that's all. What do you mean, what now, Mama Mia? You have more? You send them to me. Do you have recordings of the TikTok? I heard, I think, was it Anthony? Yeah, Anthony was telling me how he talks about it a lot. Not like, he just talks about like the whole murder and stuff a lot on it. Can you send me? Do you have videos of it? Oh, just him shaving. Okay. So it's just one. So, okay, so Brad Holder's son, Logan, was dating Abby at the time of the murders. Nobody denies this fact. Amber Holder, for example, discusses this fact on page 9 of the Odin report. Exhibit 37 is a document memorializing the only known interview of Brad Holder concerning the Delphi murders, at least through August 30th, 2023. In that document, it is learned Brad Holder details that he was usually in Delphi every weekend visiting his friend Patrick Westfall and attending Asatru religious ceremonies at Patrick Westfall's house, usually on Sundays. Asatru is interchangeable with Odinism. Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder had been friends prior to the murders of Abby and Libby. In fact, Patrick and Brad were found and photographed together as late as January 21st. Find attached copy of said photograph, marked Exhibit 38. Odin report, the Westfall appears 10 times. Okay, wait. Oh, Murphy noted on page 11, Odin report, Westfall appears 10 times in pictures that Holder posts on Facebook prior to February 13th. However, February 13th, Westfall does not appear in any of Holder's posed photos. So he just stopped appearing. What happened to the friendship of Brad and Patrick? Amber tells a very disturbing story. Which I don't understand why they're, when they keep saying that this story is so disturbing, I don't understand. I get the whole point. They're saying that they had a falling out. It probably was like too much, since if, okay, let's say this is true, this theory that the defense is laying out, and they committed a murder together, then theory is that like it could be like too much where it's going to break up a friendship. So they're going to have like disagreements. They're going to be on edge probably. So, but in general, it's really not that disturbing of a story, but I don't know why they keep saying it, but here it is. She said that Brad spoke of Patrick one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and Patrick got into a fight and they no longer speak to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something that the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk to each other. She said the river was near Patrick's house. Note, Brad has a Facebook post with him and Patrick together on January 21st, 2017. I don't know. Are they trying to say that it was that? Like that the murder is the ritual? I don't know. I guess maybe if she's trying to insinuate, or they're trying to say that they think that that's what they didn't agree on. I guess maybe that's what they're trying to say, that that's what they think, that the ritual was the murders. Is that how you guys are taking it? Or was it after? I don't know. Who knows? Patrick was living in Delphi, blah, 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 blah. It gives, blocks up the address. It says find. Well, the document is a narrative report of what is believed to be the only interview police conducted of Patrick. The address where Westfall was living at the time was 3.1 miles, or roughly 7-minute drive to the cemetery, which is the closest entry point to where the girls were murdered. As we know, Brad admitted that Holder, spent every weekend hanging out with his friend Patrick in Delphi and participated in asexual religious ceremonies on Sunday with Patrick. The girls were abducted Monday. Patrick appeared to no longer be friends after February 13th. I guess that is weird. If they're saying that they had some fight during a ritual and then all of a sudden now they're not friends anymore. Defense is unaware as to whether law enforcement were even mildly curious enough to seek Brad or Patrick out to ask them about the explosive information Amber told police about an argument over a ritual gone bad in the woods sometime in February. Additionally, Richard's defense team is unaware whether law enforcement sought a search warrant for Brad's or Patrick's home. Amber tells a second equally disturbing story. When interviewed a second time, Amber discussed another conversation she had with Brad. She had gone to Brad's house to visit him. While the children were upstairs, she inquired about Patrick Westfall under the ruse of that Amber's girlfriend had a date with Patrick. This is what is contained on page 10 of the Odin report. Brad became very nervous and told her that she needed to stay away from Westfall or she would end up dead. She said that Brad told her Westfall and his crew was responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi and a fire that killed 2 girls. We remember the fire, what is it called? That fire that killed the 2 girls. I forget now what that one was called, what they call that. I asked her if she knew of the fire. Oh, Flora. Yeah, that's what, Flora fires. Yep. Knew the fires in Flora that killed 4 girls. And she said she was not familiar with any fires that killed any children until Brad mentioned it today. She said Brad may have been talking about the fire, but had the number of killed wrong. She said Brad told her that Westfall and his crew had friends in several states and that they had no problem killing race traitors. I asked her to clarify a race traitor, and she said she believed it meant white people who mix with other races. Amber said that Brad told her that Westfall belonged to a group called the Vinlanders. In 22, Brad told her that Westfall had many people backing him up and powerful friends. She said that Brad was very nervous while telling her these things and was whispering like he was fearful someone else would hear him. She said that throughout the conversation, Brad was constantly telling her to stay away from Westfall. He also told her that Patrick had killed a lot of people, and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. Amber truly believes Brad is scared of Westfall. Prior to Amber leaving, she said that Brad told her to stay off Westfall's radar. I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. He also told her that if Westfall found out she was married to him, that she would be in danger. Brad also questioned her on why Westfall would be going on a date that he was under the impression that Westfall was married or engaged to someone. Hi, Emily. Hey, Psychic Godfather. Yay, Emily, you got alive. Hey, Mamma Mia. Or what did I say? I already said hi to you, Mamma Mia. I was going up the thing and you were next. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. What else linked Holder to the crime? April 7th, 2017, Holder posted a photo of a hand marked with the exact rune on Abby's body. Attached and marked as Exhibit 41 is a Facebook post that displays Brad Holder's hand. The photo displays Brad showing off a rune that was inked into his hand. Not a tattoo, but likely from an ink pen. This rune that Brad is proudly showing off is the same rune that the killers laid on Abby's body using sticks. The image was posted by Brad's approximately 52 days after the murder. The public had no idea what the crime scene looked like and that Abby had sticks placed on her body like the Hegel rune. So that's what I was trying to picture in my head what that looked like. So now we have a name for it. I'll look that up. And then what 52 days after, we can see if it's still there. Okay. Brad coincidentally was showing off the same rune that was found on Abby. That should be important information for curious, honest, and well-intentioned law enforcement officers. Trooper Murphy admitted that the image of the rune drawn on Holder's hand was similar in appearance to the rune found on Abby's body. But it says he refused to admit that the two images looks. Or wait. So they do this side by side. He drew on his hand next to Abby's crime scene photo marked as Exhibit 2. Oh, so Trooper Holman, on the other hand, refused to admit that the images look similar. He says, I mean, it's a stretch that you could say that that's the exact same formation. That is what Holman said when comparing the two. By admitting that these images match or look like each other, Holman would then have to be admitting that Holder should have been a suspect because the rune on Holder's hand matched the rune found on Abby's body when the details of the crime scene were not known to the public. That is why honest cop Murphy admitted the obvious, that the two images look alike, but Holman refuses to admit the obvious. Holman has hitched his wagon to Richard Allen's guilt and can't consider any other candidate and certainly cannot concede that Unified Command investigation has been a shameful embarrassment. Therefore, Holman has to continue the charade of proclaiming that the two images contained in Exhibit 42 don't look similar when they whether he actually believes it or not. However, while Holman cannot admit that the two images on Exhibit 42 look like one another, he is the same person that claimed that only minor differences exist between Sketch 1 and Sketch 2. As you will learn later in the memorandum, Sarah Carball claimed to have observed a man walking down the road with the mud on his clothing around 3:57 p.m. on the day of the murder. The man she observed turned into Sketch 1. According to Holman, Sketch 1 is the killer, is the killer Richard Allen. You will also learn later in the memorandum that Betsy Blair observed a man on the high bridge around 2. The man she observed turned into Sketch 2. According to Holman, this man is also the killer, Richard Allen. Later, you will learn that for Liggett and Holman's timeline to work, Sketch 1 and sketch 2 need to represent the same exact person, Richard Allen. Sketch 1 is attached as Exhibit 105, Sketch 2 is 103. We would ask you, Judge, to take these exhibits out and to please look at them. Those two exhibits, according to Holman, are the same person, Richard Allen, and they need to be the same person in order to support Holman's timeline. Yet Holman will not admit the obvious that the men represented in these sketches look nothing like each other. And we've all been saying that. It's like it makes no sense when they did like the press conference saying that it's the same person. Those are two different sketches. Those don't even look like the same man. It makes no sense. And then they're making it seem like we are idiots for not seeing that it's the same person. It's like, are you almost like a gaslighting thing if you look at it? Are you serious? Like, look at the two sketches. They look nothing alike. They look 20 years apart. Their face structure looks totally different. Their hair, everything about it looks so different. But yet we were told over and over it's supposed to be the same freaking person. And that, so it makes us feel like, wait, are we silly? We don't see that that's the same person? No, I'm sorry. We've been played. Anyway, where are we at? Needing them to be the same person. Holman testified under oath that only minor differences exist between sketch 1 and 2. This is how entrenched Holman is in his position that Richard Allen is guilty. He can't even admit the obvious. To further demonstrate the ridiculousness of Holman's alleged belief that except for a minor differences, sketch 1 and 2 look alike, let's look at what Toby Lesenby said about sketch 1 and sketch 2 in his sworn statement. Toby stated that sketch 1 and 2 are in fact two different men, while Richard Allen sits in prison waiting for full disclosure of all evidence in the state's possession. The current sheriff and former sheriff can't even keep their story straight as to how many men were involved and whether sketch 1 and 2 represent the same man, Richard Allen, as Holman claims, or two different men, Richard Allen and someone else, as Lesenby claims. While Holman will not agree that Brad Holder's Facebook hand ruin resembles the stick formation found on Abby's body, because that promotes Brad Holder as a suspect, at the same time, Holman will tell you that sketch 1 and 2 look alike with only minor differences. How far was Holman willing to stretch this incredible claim? When Holman was asked which resembles each other more, sketch 1 and 2, or the two images found side by side, Holman claimed that sketch 1 and 2 look more alike to each other than the two images found in Exhibit 42 look alike to each other. So what he's saying, that two schedules look more. Wow. We asked the court the same question and see if you have the same answer. Please look at sketch 1 and 2, look at the exhibits, blah, blah, blah. Okay. In fact, the Holman refuses under oath to admit. Oh, yeah, we don't. Okay, so Purdy, let's see. Trooper Purdy and Trooper Winters were aware of an eerie image on Brad Holder's Facebook of what appeared to be a faked murder scene mimicking Abby and Libby's murder scene. When Trooper Purdy learned from Becky, Patty, and Brad Holder that Brad Holder was an Odinist, at least for a short period of time, he was curious about Brad Holder. This short-term curiosity led Purdy looking into Brad's Facebook page, where he found an eerie photograph. This photograph is marked as 43. It shows two girls lying on what appears to be ground of a forest. The girls either are dead or posed as if they were dead. The girls have tree limbs arranged over their bodies. The girl in the forefront of the photograph has her left arm and hand positioned very similarly to that of Libby's left arm and hand. The defense has prepared a side-by-side photograph of the mimicked photograph compared with the crime scene photograph. Although both girls are dressed and the limbs of the girls are not arranged exactly like the limbs and sticks, the similarity of the photo found on Brad Holder's Facebook page is pronounced. Purdy did not think much of this photograph in terms of it implicating Brad. Okay, let's see. Hold on, what's that say? This tip came in just. A tipster had beat him to the punch by finding it much earlier. The tip of the picture. And then a third time by Ryan. Okay, let's see. It should be noted that law enforcement has, to this day, still failed to turn over this mimicked murder photograph on Holder's Facebook page. Fortunately, defense counsel was able to find Winter's report in the sea of evidence, and upon reading it, understood the potential importance of this photograph may have in terms of Holder's culpability in the murders. So they went to Georgia and they got it because the defense they couldn't find it in like the discovery and stuff. All right, let's see here. They're still talking about. Oh, this is talking about. To re-interview Brad. It should be noted that as of September 11th, 23, the defense has still not received the February 17th interview of Holder from 2017. Wow. Says this September, however, on September 8th, Rick's defense team learned something very interesting. On September 4th, 23, Trooper Holman finally followed up on Winter's request by finally re-interviewing Holder. It only took 5 years. The defense still has not received Holder's first interview. We will see how long it takes for the state to turn over Holder's second interview. From September 4th, 2023. So yeah, recently. If Holman did in fact re-interview Holder on September 4th, it should be noted that the interview came on the heels of the defense team's contentious August 10th deposition of Holman. The defense asked Holman, "Are you going to fix these problems or are you going to actually look for the truth?" His response, "I'm going to look for the truth, but I've already found the truth. But I definitely will look into this, no doubt about it. And I will find out if we had done the follow-ups and I don't know about it. And I will let Prosecutor McClellan know and he can forward that information to you." Brad Holder created a creepy painting of a man believed to be Odin hanging upside down from a tree with his legs posed similar to Abby. So that's that painting we saw. So here it says, look, it says this image of a man hanging by his feet has, by Brad Holder, provided at least 2 Easter eggs in this painting for anyone following him on Facebook. The first is example showcasing Holder's knowledge of the hush hush crime scene. You will notice at the base of the tree is a rune painted blood. The rune looks like the letter F, which I agree. And then just like the letter F rune at the crime scene, painted on the tree using Libby's blood. The other Easter egg is the date that Brad placed on the painting in the lower right-hand corner of the painting. You will see it looks like 2/17, where I can't make it out. I'm going to see if I could find the original. I can't make out the date on that. It does say something, but I trust that it must be clear that they see it, I guess. But it says, and then some gibberish. It looks therefore like the month February and the year 2017. Upon closer inspection, appears that the date in the corner may be 2/17/18. If so, this painting was drawn 1 year to the day that Brad Holder was interviewed by the police. Okay, so what's the date then? I thought it would be more interesting if it was actually, more significant of the murders than just the day he was, I guess, interviewed. So wait, one year to the day. Is this just a fluke that Holder painted a red F at the base? And almost 1 year to the day the girls were slain when the crime scene was a guarded secret? So Brad Holder video from his Facebook page shows a pagan ritual at the most important part at the very end. Oh, wait. A man looks like Patrick Westphal appears to be using his fingers to paint a tree. Wait, is that the one we were watching? Hold on. Let's see. At the end, let's see. He might have took that one down, but did you see anybody painting a tree? I'm gonna see if I have it up. Let me just see if I could. Yeah. But you can't see what he's painting. Here, let me play that part. So that might be Patrick Westphal in there. Let's see. I'll play that part that they're talking about. See, it was important to watch that. Right here.
Okay, you will pour
You can't tell what he's painting, but or what he's putting on it. You'll see. Hold on.
shoes are over here. Yeah, come on. No promises. Your shoes will smell like mead.
It's coming.
Hang on, look at mine.
My Valkyrie's over here.
Hold on 1 second. I saw it when I was going through it, but it's probably a couple of minutes.
Pouring out our ritual mead. My sister made that bowl for me. We call it a bowl mead.
Hold on 1 second. I don't want to fast forward it and then miss it and then have to do it all over. So we have this, and then wait, there's somebody that I don't know if it's the same guy that goes over to the tree.
Under the oak, the heathens of old gathered, and we gather here today. People of many paths, we call to the
I was talking about though. Hold on.
The oak of the future and the oak of the now. We give our offering now in that connection with past and future and the eternal now.
I think it's coming up now, but you can't tell what he's. Hold on, where is it? Come on. Come on. I hope I rewound it enough. It's so quick though. Come on. One. Right there. This is what I think. I think they're talking about this. Him is what I'm guessing. I could be wrong.
Blessed be inhale.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is. It has to be the ritual because they said on his Facebook it's probably still there. Yeah, it's from 2016. Let's see if does it give a date in that document? Let's see.
Anybody has supplies or resource they would like to send,
absolutely,
I am more than welcome to give you my information. Come and pick up supplies, whatever.
Okay, hold on, let me stop this. So it just makes me wonder if hold on. Oh wait. Why won't it let me add that? I'm froze. Well, I got like it keeps this computer. This one over here is really making me mad. Okay, so yeah, it makes me wonder that. Oh, I have to play that one thing that Boo you sent me. I didn't even get to read what it was. But yeah, let's read the rest of that and see if it gives a date of that to make sure that is the one. I'm guessing that's the one, and I'm guessing he means that person, but you can't see what the heck they're even what he's put, if he's putting F. But it is kind of interesting that they're doing something on the tree. So they have something with tree. And then the fact that they're like pouring something on the base of the tree, which is probably symbolizes blood, I'm guessing, because they're sacrificing. So they used, think about it, they used Libby's blood was all over the tree and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like they splattered her blood everywhere. So, man, there's just a lot of similarities that is making this theory look really believable. Oh yeah, right here it even says that Libby's blood was found on the trees at the crime scene. Oh, that's on the F. But yeah, on the F, but I swear they said it was, yeah, someone painted on the tree using their fingertips or some type of utensil. On December 12th, wait, where does it, oh, it just says right here. Using his fingers to paint. I don't know. Oh, wait, where are we at? Okay, on December 12th, Tony received an email from law enforcement officer Greg Ferenczi. It is a very informative email concerning Brad's supposed alibi. An investigation into whether Holder dumped his old phone and received a new phone. And also whether Holder sold his vehicle after 2/13/2017. Find attached copy of this email. The very last paragraph discusses a ceremony that Holder videotaped. Yep, in Fort Wayne, it was 2016. In 2016, left a Facebook link. This video has not turned over to defense until defense made the specific request. This roughly is a 25-minute, yeah, it's about what, it's like 29, but yeah, I bet you it's it. Ceremony itself is odd. The beginning of the video is revealed as the person. Yeah, he does. At the beginning, he shows his face. So yeah, this is the one they're talking about. Okay, so you see a man that appears to be Patrick enter the scene. Once he is at the tree, you can see this person use his hand, what looks like mark the tree. Unfortunately, the viewer cannot see what the word, letter, or symbol, if any, is marking the tree, which is true. Oh yeah, the Odonite, here we go. During the last few minutes, the presumed Odonites are dumping water at the base of the tree. The marking appears to occur at a similar height from the base of the tree as the marking of Libby's blood was in the crime scene. Ferenczi sent a link on this video directly to Lickett. This video seems to show Westfall marking a tree in a similar manner in which F tree is marked on Abby's blood with Abby's blood. Okay, so F ruin formed with sticks on the ground resembles F ruin found on the tree in Libby's blood. Attached to the memorandum is a photo provided to the defense and discovery from Brad's Facebook. The photo shows an F that Holder made from sticks from a tree. This image is marked as Exhibit 50. The defense took that image and placed it side by side with the F made from Libby's blood at the crime scene and marked it side by side. Sticks are used like the runes on the girl. The F rune is used as the letter F. Rune used and painted on the tree. Meme that Brad Holder posted on 2/17, 3 days after the girls are found murdered, which discussed how real friends will help you move dead bodies and then friends will keep their mouths shut. This meme was deleted at some point in time, but still recovered by law. No, it's not deleted. It's still up there. We just looked at it. The meme shows a still shot from the scene Goodfellas, in which the main characters are moving a dead body from one place to another. It says you're real ones, don't judge you or ask you a bunch of questions. They help you move a body and never speak of it again. So 3 days earlier, Brad's son's girlfriend was found murdered. The girls' bodies were moved at the crime scene from one location where they were killed to a different location at the crime scene where they were found on February 14th. The timing is certainly curious for a man who should have been mourning the brutal death of his son's girlfriend. A meme about moving dead bodies should create curiosity with law enforcement, especially when considering all the other evidence that links Holder to the crime scene. Why did Holder erase this meme? Was this meme a quick shout out to Brad Holder's Odonite buddies, thanking them for helping him with the bodies? Did this meme reveal the brazenness and overconfidence that Holder had concerning the belief that he would get away with the murders? These are questions that could have been posed to Holder in an aggressive interrogation. However, Liggett and the rest of the Unified Command, the meme was nothing to see here. 2 a.m. Facebook post 12 hours after the girls go missing that says his testosterone is through the roof. This post was later deleted as well. It's not, though. These deleted. We just saw that one. So why are they saying these are deleted? Because they're not. Brad Holder told police that he went from work straight to the gym workout in Logansport. Here is Brad Holder at 2 a.m., purportedly at a fitness center, proclaiming that his energy and testosterone is through the roof right now. Find attached that Facebook post. Why was his energy level so high? Why did he claim to go to the gym at 2 a.m. when he also claimed he had been to the gym just a few hours earlier? Why was he at the gym when he was supposedly to be working in a couple of hours? Did he go to work the next day? Why did he delete his Facebook post? Why would he be saying these things when his son purportedly upset about his girlfriend being missing, as the girls had not yet been found when Holder posted this message to Facebook? They never asked these questions in an aggressive manner. They said, "Hey, Madam Butterfly, Sandra. Oh, bye, Sandra. Yeah, Randy's good, Jamie. I don't really talk to him much anymore, but once in a while we check in once in a while." Ben Holder's Facebook page links him to Elvis Fields in Rushville, Indiana. Elvis is the one that with the Barbie doll picture. Elvis has admitted participating in the murders and to now being part of a gang, even providing intimate details of the crime scene that only those participating in the murder would know. So who is Elvis? This man that was mimicking Brad Holder's Facebook post 126 miles away. He admitted to both of his sisters that he was involved in the murders. He told his sister that because of his involvement, he was now part of a gang and had a brother, a man who, after providing his DNA, asked police that if he could explain why his spit might be on one of their girls, would he still be in trouble, and then admitted to his sister that he did, in fact, spit on one of the girls, and perhaps most incriminating, a man who provided intimate details about the crime scene, the detail that only those that were at the crime scene could possess. You will learn Brad and Elvis did, in fact, have common connection, Johnny Messer, but that Elvis lied to police claiming he did not know Johnny. All right, I'll just read the highlighted parts here. Elvis was not only following Brad Holder's Facebook page, but Elvis was emulating Brad Holder by recreating Brad Holder's Facebook posts in a year leading up to Abby and Libby's murders. Holder's alibi was not scrutinized, and evidence supports Holder recruited mentally infirm Elvis to assist in the abduction and murder, while Holder tried to stand behind a shady alibi. Holder's alibi was not even close to being vetted. Susan Case from Human Resources stated that Holder's time card showed that he clocked in at 4:55 a.m. and clocked out at 2:45 p.m. Chase also said that he would be the only person that could change and manipulate the electronic time card. Chase further admitted that there was a security camera on site. Here is how Deputy Rogers memorialized that part of their conversation. Case advised Brad drives a junky red truck to work with a G on the front bumper. Case advised a security camera at the scales may have picked up his vehicle coming and going on that date. Case advised that Holder stays on property for his lunch break. The short report concludes with this. Case provided this officer a copy of the timesheet for this week, showing Brad indeed had clocked in and out February 13th, and he was still at work on today's date. Here is what we don't know about Holder's alibi at work. Did someone clock in for Holder? There is nothing that Chase said about the clocking in process that would prevent someone else from clocking in for Holder. Whether Holder was actually at work on February 13th could have been better vetted by simply talking to Holder's workmates. They could have been on the job site on February 13th to determine if they remember him there. Did someone clock out for Holder? The same logic applies to this question. Perhaps Holder clocked in but then left early and asked one of his work buddies to clock him out. It is unknown whether Odinites worked alongside Holder at the landfill. as it appears that Deputy Rogers did very little investigative work on this very important topic of Holder's alibi, nor did anyone at Unified Command provide instructions for law enforcement to fully investigate every aspect of Holder's alibi. Did Chase actually watch the video? The report is so poorly written that it can't be determined whether Holder's distinctive vehicle could be seen on the video or whether Chase was merely claiming that, hey, if you want to watch a video from the camera placed near the scales, it may show Holder's truck coming and going. Did anyone in law enforcement watch the video alluded to by Chase? And if so, what did they see? It is quite maddening that the report refers to the possibility that a simple review of a video could determine whether Holder's junky red truck with a G on its front bumper was seen coming on and going on February 13th. However, the fact is that this report does not inform anyone of whether the law enforcement ever viewed this video. It would be presumed if the deputy did watch it, he would have memorialized it. Even if Holder's truck was viewed on the video, was Holder the person driving the truck as it arrived at the worksite? Perhaps the video would be able to show the image of the person driving the truck to see if it was Holder. Even if Holder's truck was viewed on the video, was Holder the person driving as it left the worksite? In the event that Holder wanted to appear showing up for work, but then left early, someone else's vehicle who picked up Holder to get to Delphi early in the afternoon, it would be important to know who is driving the truck. It is only 32 minutes from Buffalo, Indiana to Delphi, Indiana. Even if Brad Holder actually clocked out at 2:45 p.m., he could have been in Delphi by 3:15. If Holder left at noon, had a buddy of his clock him out a couple hours early to create the illusion that Holder was there all day, then Holder could have been on the trail by 1. This is why watching the video and interviewing employees who worked alongside Holder would have been a critical step to take in the investigation. Asking simple questions to his workmates, like, did Brad leave for any period of time? Did he leave early? Was he even here? There is no excuse at all for failing to interview employees or failing to watch the video. These failures leave open the real possibility that Brad Holder's alibi cannot be trusted without further vetting. Did police ever consider that Brad convinced his minions to abduct and participate in sacrificing the girls until he arrived? Evidence supports this theory, including a sketch of a man observed milling around the high bridge near the spot of the famous video. The sketch resembles Elvis Fields. Even Trooper Purdy can't deny that fact. Charles Manson did not, I'm not going to go into this, but he's talking about how he didn't actually kill anybody. His minions killed people. He, controlled brainwashing, controlled everybody else to do the killing. So they go into that. So here's a few pieces of evidence that support the premise that Holman and Liggett and all Unified Command either recklessly or intentionally ignored. Brad Holder was from Logansport, Indiana, close to Delphi. Patrick was from Delphi. Johnny was from Rushville. Elvis, Rushville. Rushville's Johnny Messer was a Vinlander Odenite and good friends with fellow Vinlander Odenite Brad Holder. Also friends with Patrick. Rushville Johnny Messer recruited for his Vinlander gang all the time. They learned that in 2016, Johnny was recruiting men that lived in Rushville apartment complex to attend Vinlander meetings. By 2016, Elvis was already mimicking and recreating Brad Holder's Facebook posts. The recruiter Johnny Messer was a friend and acquaintance of Elvis. Johnny therefore knew both Brad and Elvis. Johnny knew both Patrick and Elvis. Okay, so yeah, it's just all that. Okay, let's see what else we got. I'll just go like... A lot of it's like some of the Oh, look right here. Look, this says on April 14th, 2017. So that would be like 2 months after the murder. It says another tip came in claiming that Brad Holder had changed his appearance following the girls' murders. This tipster further indicated that Holder even attended the girls' funeral and that although he typically did not wear glasses, he was wearing glasses at the funeral. This unredacted report, identified as blah, 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 is marked as Exhibit 88 and filed confidential. Wow. Although other tip sheets reports exist that tell a similar story, the defense offers up one last report related to Brad. August 14th, 2017, 12:59 p.m., a woman contacted police. The report memorialized the tip as follows. 2 women posted to a Facebook group that Brad was responsible for the homicides. The tipster saw this post and told the police the contents of that post. The tipster went on to summarize that she read, Holder's a pagan, murdered the girls as sacrifices, and left an F on the victims' bodies. Holden's son Logan is Abigail's ex-boyfriend. Obviously, the F left at the crime scene was not left on the girls' bodies, but rather on the tree, painted using Libby's blood. However, how would this information concerning the letter F have even been known for anyone to talk about? A curious person might ask, could it be that someone who participated in the murders had talked about the crime scene with someone, who then talked to someone else, slightly mixing up the facts as the story passed from one person to person? Law enforcement should have viewed this tip as something extraordinarily important because it was a tip that provided secretive information about the crime scene, not known by the public. This information about an F being left at the scene was not only unavailable to the public, but there was no evidence that it was being discussed on the internet. This tipster could have been interviewed. The Facebook members could have been interviewed. The state police or FBI tech people could have tracked down the people that posted this information to determine from where they received this F information. Continued investigation as to the source of the knowledge of the F discussed on the chat group could ultimately lead to someone who was at the crime scene and participated in the murders. That is what good law enforcement would do. Instead, what happened? As you can see on intake, any potential investigation stemming from this potentially game-changing information of someone's knowledge of the letter F being involved in the crime scene ended before it even began. The defense has marked an unredacted copy of report CGIS Exhibit 89 and filed it as confidential. Marked and unredacted. The law enforcement officer that initially evaluated the tip must have understood the importance of mentioning the letter F. Wait, hi Harlot. Hi Madame Butterfly. So wait, hold on. What does that say? The law enforcement officer that initially evaluated the tip must have understood the importance of mentioning. Yeah, because conduct follow-up was the request made. However, the next person in the chain, Roland Purdy, upon reviewing the tip, simply followed the previous lead of Liggett and Hammond. And jeez, let's see what else. Wait, what is this? Yeah, I mean, it's basically, I think we got all, like, they're going over, like, more in detail all the stuff that we've already talked about. Like Elvis and the spit and gang member and telling his sister. And so, yeah, I'm not going to, I think we got a good, good summary or good, got all the information basically. But this one, so the alibi, Elvis's alibi, Rod Abrams lied about where he and Elvis. Oh yeah, remember the alibis didn't match up. Rod said something else and it didn't match Elvis's. Yeah, so Elvis's mental capacity to remember a specific day 492 days earlier is quite remarkable feat, they're saying, for him to remember. Murphy says Elvis told Murphy that he remembered being at home 490 days earlier. Anyway, said he has the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old, I guess. And that's the one. Rod is the one that said that Elvis and Ned and him were at the hospital visiting a sick friend. But Elvis said he was at home. So yeah. Let's see if there's any. The phone problem. It says on February 13th, phone records apparently show Elvis's phone stayed in the same place in Rushville for approximately 10:30 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. It was like 9 hours. Phone records also show Elvis, for some reason, did not use his phone whatsoever for roughly 9 hours. Elvis told law enforcement that he usually kept his phone on him, as he stated in a previous paragraph. Rod stated that Elvis had taken his phone to Muncie to visit the mystery friend in the hospital. However, phone records show that Elvis's phone was in Rushville at the time, during that time frame. The phone problem is twofold. Elvis's phone remaining at his home for 9 hours straight conflicts with Rod's professed alibi for Elvis. In today's day and age, it would seem highly unlikely that Elvis simply did not pick up his phone for roughly 9 hours, especially when Elvis claimed he usually kept his phone with him. The takeaway for any curious investigator would also be, at a minimum, twofold. Rod lied about being in Muncie, but Elvis forgot to stick with that lie. Elvis went up to Delphi, but was told to leave his phone behind so that phone data would not show that he was in Delphi. It is unknown if Rod or Ned's phone records were recovered. Elvis described forming horns out of sticks and placing them on Abby's head. And the crime scene photos confirm Elvis's statement. Perhaps the most damaging piece of evidence that links Elvis to the crime scene was found in an unusual place, the middle of a report that memorialized the results of Mary Jacobs' polygraph exam. In Mary's pre-exam interview, polygraph examiner Stephanie Thompson recorded that Mary Jacobs stated the following. Elvis told her, Mary, Abigail is a little troublemaker, that he placed leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns. Horns and antlers are common symbols used in pagan rituals, and Brad Holder himself displayed the Odinite fascination with horns on his Facebook posts. Find Exhibit 97 from Brad's Facebook page. As you can see, the middle photograph is an image of a person with small, stick-like antlers on the top of their head. Find attached close-up photograph Abby's head from the crime scene. From a distance, it may not be immediately noticeable. However, upon closer inspections, it is obvious that someone involved in the killings intentionally placed small sticks from a tree on top of Abby's hair to resemble horns or antlers. The horns formed from sticks on Abby's head look similar to the image found on Holder's Facebook page. Wow. It says the defense has not viewed one single report that discusses the sticks placed on Abby's hair shaped like horns being compared with Elvis's statement to his sister that he shaped sticks into horns on Abby. Therefore, the presumption is that the Unified Command never figured this out. Trooper Purdy was present at the polygraph exam, but was not able to watch the exam and therefore would not know about Elvis's words to his sister, Mary, about using sticks to form horns. Wow. How did Elvis know such a thing? And then using this new information as a basis to secure a search warrant or even an arrest on Elvis. When factoring in all the other evidence, sadly, it is expected that law enforcement will do the exact opposite of being curious. It is expected that law enforcement will claim that the photograph does not prove anything, or that the defense is exaggerating the photograph. Perhaps Unified Command will huddle together and establish the go-to-party line stance on how to deal with problems created with the polygraph. Man, if all this stuff is true, dang, this makes a pretty big case here. I mean, I don't understand how they ignore all this. Holding its breath. Hold on, let's see. So what's Patrick's connection? So it says much of what Patrick's connection is has been discussed in this section detailing what connected Brad. Okay, where they were friends, him and Brad, till at least late January 21st, proven by Facebook. Also, Amber's monitoring Facebook posts between Holder and Westfall, fight between Brad and Westfall. Odin report Brad Holder told Amber that the person that murdered the girls was Patrick Westfall. Where he tells Amber that Patrick is dangerous, powerful friends, and all that stuff. Brad Holder told law enforcement Patrick has post-traumatic distress disorder. The video of the ritual in Fort Wayne has been attached. This is Brad videotaping someone that looks like Patrick using his fingers, which we watched. Patrick lives 7 minutes from where the girls were murdered. Johnny and Brad hung out at the Monon High Bridge and in the woods around the Monon High Bridge. Patrick also admitted that he knew the woods around the Monon High very well. Patrick's Facebook post from just 2 months before the girls are murdered shows Westfall cutting tree limbs into ruins by slicing the tree limbs with an electric saw, creating clean, smooth edges to the tree limb. Wow. In that Facebook post, Brad is commenting cutting ruins. At the crime scene, one of the tree limbs placed on Abby is sliced cleanly, similar to the way Patrick was slicing the tree limbs. Westfall's alibi for that day is that on that day of the abduction, he was at home with his son, Nick. There's no evidence that the law enforcement knocked on the doors to determine if Patrick was at home at the time, or nor any evidence that law enforcement walked around the neighborhood to see if any ring door cameras or any types of cameras caught Patrick leaving the house. Patrick was a pastor for a religion known as Asatru, which is the warrior type of religion with many gods, including Odin and Thor. Patrick and Brad were both affiliated with Vindler's Club or gang along with Johnny Messer. On March 2nd, 2017, 16 days after the girls were found, Unified Command member Kevin Hammond indicated that there was no lead required concerning Patrick Westfall, meaning no further need to investigate him. Okay, so let's see. So I'm sure that was just a summary of all this, right? So I think it's going to just be like more in depth of what we just read. Around Valentine's Day, Johnny Messer went up there to Delphi to hang out with his Vinlander buddies. As stated earlier, Westfall claimed to be at the home in Delphi on February 13th, and Brad claimed to be in Logansport on February 13th. Therefore, if Johnny was going up there to visit Vinlander buddies, he was going to Delphi to spend time with Westfall, who was like Messer's brother, or possibly Logansport to visit Holder. When Messer came back from being in Delphi around Valentine's Day, the vehicle he drove to Delphi had blood along the side of the vehicle. And how would it be on the side? Like the outside side? Or what is that? What does it even mean along the side? And Messer had no explanation for the blood. Taylor Hornaday had to go to the car wash multiple times to clean off the vehicle. So it shows that the recruiter, Johnny, was the connective tissue between the Delphi crew and the Rushville crew, like we said already. It was some of these evidentiary nuggets from Rod Abrams' videotaped interview incriminating Elvis. Oh, what? As was the fact Elvis's alibi conflicted with Rob. Oh, that's right. Okay. So this next part's going to be Liggett concealed and falsified evidence in his affidavit for search warrant. And it talks about, remember the timeline, how he's lied about, like Betsy seeing the guy in a blue jacket, but it really was tan, and he had blood on him, but really it was mud. It wasn't. So like that kind of stuff, they're probably going to go over. Yeah. And the car didn't look like the black Ford Focus. So yeah. And then what else? And then when Betsy met with a state police sketch artist, he provided a description of the man she observed from 50 feet away. The same man that Liggett claimed in his affidavit was the killer. Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man she observed was a white male, age 20, had brown curly hair. And medium build. So that's the sketch 2. The younger looking sketch. And then upon looking at the sketch, Betsy told the sketch artist that the illustration was a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. But the Unified Command did not release Betsy Blair's sketch to the public for over 2 years. Instead, they released the Sarah Carball sketch, also called Sketch 1, because it was released to the public first. The Sarah Carball sketch was illustrated by FBI sketch artist Plants from Detroit on June 19th, 2017. I'll look him up. Okay. And released to the public July 17th, 2017. Who was the person Sarah was describing in her sketch? According to Liggett's affidavit, at approximately 3:57, Sarah observed a man walking westbound on a county road. It was headed eastbound, operating a vehicle. Observing this man walking on the road toward her on the opposite side of the road. This is the same man as sketch artist on June. Hold on. Betsy was frustrated because the sketch number 1, which had been released to the public almost 2 years before, did not match the man she observed on the high bridge. Betsy even commented that sketch 1 was wrong. Certainly it was odd that Sarah's sketch was chosen to be released over Betty's sketch for the following reason. Over Betsy, sorry. Betsy provided her description to the sketch artist only 4 days after seeing the man on the bridge, while it was fresh on her mind, compared with Sarah, who provided her description to the sketch artist 126 days after she observed the man on the road. Betsy had a good look at the man's face while stationary from only 50 feet away. Sarah was not stationary, but rather traveling down the road, operating her vehicle while simultaneously trying to observe the man on the road. During her March 7th interview, Betsy was talking with 2 members of Unified Command, Kevin and Tony. At this interview, Betsy told Liggett face-to-face that the man Betsy, observed on the high bridge fit the following description. The man was slender, youthful-looking. He was more boyish-looking. The man was in his 20s to early 30s. His hair seemed poofy, just as the sketch portrayed. He had no facial hair that she could remember. Finally, April 22nd, 2019, Unified Command released Betsy Blair's sketch, number 2, to the general public. In fact, upon its release, Superintendent Doug Carter commented that the man in Blair's sketch was responsible for the murders. Also at that time of the release of Sketch 2, Doug also stated Sketch 1 had now become secondary to the investigation. March 2019, Liggett was present when Betsy described the man she observed on the bridge. Betsy was actually talking to Liggett face to face when she provided the description. Liggett heard Betsy's description of a much younger man with brown poofy hair, but chose to conceal this information from Judge Diener. Blair's description of the youthful, boyish-looking person in his 20s, maybe early 30s, with brown poofy hair obviously does not all describe Richard Allen. In order for Liggett to have provided Judge Diener with honest and accurate information, he would have to state the following in his affidavit. Tony Liggett believed that Richard Allen is the man that murdered the girls for reasons stated herein. I also believe that the man that Betsy observed on the bridge is Richard Allen, and therefore the killer. However, I must also inform the court that the man that Betsy observed on the bridge really looks nothing like Richard, whereas Richard was a man in his mid-40s with short or even shaved grayish hair. The man that Betsy described was youthful, boyish looking, and had brown poofy hair. Also, Your Honor, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man she saw on the bridge was just 20 years old. This description came only 4 days after she observed the man on the bridge. 2 years later, Betsy still maintains that man was in his 20s and early 30s. Betsy told the sketch artist back in 2017 that the resemblance of the boyish sketch to the man that she observed on the bridge was a 10 out of 10. I must tell you, though, Judge, that this 10 out of 10 sketch looks nothing like Richard Allen. The fact alone should be sufficient to merit tossing the warrant and suppressing the fruits of an illegal search. However, there's more. Richard was voluntarily interviewed on October 13th, 2022. Watching the videotape interview, it was apparent that Richard thought he was being asked questions to help assist the police in solving the crime, trying to provide Liggett and Mullen a timeline of when he was at the trail. Richard stated he arrived at the trail around noon. Later in the interview, Richard told Liggett and Mullen that he probably left the trail around 1:30. In his affidavit, Liggett states that Richard Allen parked his black Ford Focus at the CPS parking lot and then cut over to the trail, where he, Richard Allen, then walked to the high bridge, ultimately following Abby and Libby across the bridge, abducting them. After murdering the girls, Liggett stated in his affidavit that Betsy observed a man that Liggett claims is Richard walking along 300 North at approximately 357, walking back 357 westbound towards CPS parking lot. The implication being that Richard was walking back to his car after abducting, murdering the girls. If what Liggett wrote in his affidavit were true, then Richard's black Ford Focus would have been parked in the CPS lot from 1:30 until 4, giving him time to abduct, murder the girls and walk back to his black Ford Focus parked at the CPS parking lot sometime after 357. And Sarah observed Richard walking down 300 North. In other words, Liggett's timeline to work, Richard's black Ford Focus would have to remain parked at the old CPS building from 1:30 to 4. If Richard's black Ford Focus was not at the CPS parking lot between those hours, then Liggett's timeline would be blown. The defense counsel and Liggett answered those questions as follows. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 129 roughly? On February 13th, yes. Is it your contention that Richard's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS at 145? Yes. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 2? Yes. 2:14, yes. 2:15, yes. 2:30, yes. 2:45, yes. 3, yes. 3:50, okay, yeah. We see 4, yes. 4:30, no. What time do you think you contend that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was no longer there? Around 4. So I was just saying, like, he recognized he would have to say that. Let me see here. It says, rather than tell the truth, Liggett concealed the evidence that Richard's black Ford Focus had left the CPS parking lot probably at 1:30 p.m., but certainly before 2:15, when Blair saw a completely different car, and therefore Richard Allen could not have been on the bridge at 2 or committed the murder soon after. And it does say Allen stated that he arrived on the trails around noon and left at 1:30. He failed to inform the judge that Richard stated he had left the trails at 1:30. He should have, especially if there were evidence that a different vehicle was parked at the CPS lot after 1:30, but before 4, which would then support Richard Allen's statement that he left the CPS around 1:30. So the next question to ask is, did anyone see a vehicle parked at the old CPS building between 1:30 and 4 that did not resemble Richard's black Ford Focus, thus supporting the timeline that Richard Allen provided to Liggett, but which Liggett concealed from Judge? Yes, Betsy Blair arrived at the trail 1:46, parked her vehicle in a different location that the defense calls the Mears parking lot. When she left the Monon Trail, she pulled out of the Mears parking lot. Betsy headed west on 300, and her car was spotted on the Hoosier Harvest store camera heading toward the CPS lot at 2:14. The old CPS lot is only a 36-second drive from Hoosier Harvest store, giving Betsy a full minute to drive from Hoosier store to the old CPS lot would mean that Betsy would pass the old CPS lot around 2:15. Under oath, that at 2:15, Liggett has admitted under oath at 2:15 Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would be at the CPS building. However, 2:15, when Betsy Blair passed the CPS building, she did not see a black Ford Focus parked there. She observed as she passed the old CPS building at 2:15 looked nothing like a black Ford Focus. According to Liggett's own report, Betsy observed one car parked in the CPS lot, and the car resembled a 1965 Ford Comet. I wonder what that looks like. 65 Ford Comet that her father once owned. The shape had sharp angles. Again, to whom did Betsy Blair provide this description of the 1964 Ford Comet? Angular in appearance, none other than Liggett himself. He was fully aware that the car Betsy described as being backed into the spot of the CPS building looked nothing like Richard's Ford Focus. But what color did she say, though? Wonder what color she said the comment was. That'd be interesting. What if it was a different color? Let's see. That's crazy. Oh, here we go. When asked to describe the color of the car that resembles the Comet, Betsy actually told Liggett the car she saw was not black. Well, what color, though? Vehicle was not even black, which is the color Liggett needed it to be. So what color, though? Yes, angular. Does she say? Trying to like skim to see that what color does she say? It's not black. What is it, buddy? Not black vehicle. They're not going to tell us. I don't know. I'm trying to like skim through this because I'm getting tired reading. And then this is going to go on because remember, and then supposedly Sarah saw a tan jacket, muddy, not bloody. So they lied about that as far as what the witnesses said they saw. So that's a lie too. So gosh darn it, what is true in this? All right, I'm going to end this, I think. Oh, wait, there's 10. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, they go on to say, however, Richard doesn't have any ties to Odinism. Okay. We'll have to read the rest later. I am so tired of reading, but I want to look that up real quick. 1965 Ford 1965 Hold on, I'm on the wrong one. Okay. Ford Comet. Let's just see what it looks like. Oh yeah, that looks nothing like a Ford so okay. So this is what she saw. Now, what Ford Focus? Is that what his was? Oh, wait, what was Richard's Ford Focus, right? What year? Was it a Ford Focus? Now I'm forgetting if it said Ford Focus. Hold on. Remind me, you guys, what was Richard Allen's? And did it have a year? This is where we need Anthony. He probably knows the year too. Hold on. Oh, night. Do you know? Help me out, guys. If you know the year, I'm probably going to be close to finding the make. I think it was Ford Focus. But now I'm doubting myself. Nobody's helping me. Where's my Google people? Okay, here's the Ford Comet. Where's his Ford Comet? I hate how, oh yeah, Ford Focus, black Ford Focus. It doesn't say the year. But, I mean, look at these Ford Focuses here. Let's do like 20. He probably didn't have a new one. Let's do like, that was in 2017. Let's do like 2014. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see. So it's somewhat, I mean, no, that doesn't look, those are like, it doesn't look anything like those cars, especially old cars like that. You can't mistake those for like a rounded, like newer type looking car. Wow. Hey, Legacy Investigations. Yeah, that's not cool. So this has got me intrigued. Oh, here's that one. I didn't even mean to do that. Oh. And I wanted to actually go over, I didn't even go over all the screenshots I had. There was this one. Wait, where was it? Did I save it? The one I wanted to go. I'm trying to think where I put it. It doesn't look like it's here. Oh, this one. I didn't. No, it's not going. Never mind. But here, let me look at this again. So this is the one where I do think that that's an F. But I can't make out the 2017, 217, which I'm sure it does, but and then there's, because it's just like boring. All right, guys, I am going to end it. Wow, that was a lot to read. Hopefully I did okay reading that. Or reading towards the end. Man, I was tired. Like, whoa. Oh, wait, you think you're so sure of his guild? Are you serious? Oh, you've never been sure. I thought I was reading that wrong. Okay, I read that so wrong what you were saying. I was like, wait. Wait, they did? Are you serious? It's already out. How are they gonna do that? Well, what do you mean, what were those documents? We've been reading them, you don't even know what they were, Mamma Mia? I mean, do you know the Delphi case? I'm confused what you're asking. How can you be here the whole time and do you know what case we were talking about? Anyway, I'm gonna end this, guys. I am exhausted. Oh, boo, I never did play that video. But it's probably better off because I need to look at it first. I haven't even got to look at it first to what it was. I remember that, Petty. I remember I remember that was what Purple PTQ said. That was what I remember always hearing. So what does that tell you here? That means that there was multiple people there probably. So we had Richard was there till 1:30. At one point we had that comet there, maybe for an hour or something. And then at another point there's the PT Cruiser. It was probably different people there all day. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's what I'm guessing. And the fact that they were like putting words into these witnesses' mouths and they're lying about it that's like so wrong. Just so like they're saving the embarrassment, like they want to have it solved that freaking bad that they're just gonna like make up things, or is it for some reason because there's a lot of people high up that are Odinites or whatever, so they're like a brotherhood, so they don't want to get them in trouble, so they're hiding the truth because of that. I mean, what is the reasoning? It's like, well, corruption. Sometimes you got to dig deep and understand it all. I'm sure Anthony probably knows I mean, we could see the corruption, but like where's the beginning of it? You know what I'm saying? Why? Like, is it because of the Odinite angle? Because there's a lot of, like they said, a lot of people work in the prison. Maybe they have power. Who knows? It just sucks that you could take away like somebody's life that quick and it could be all lies, you know? Oh, I don't know. Thank you. Yeah. Wait, I did, Boo. What do you mean? I thought the email was just the link. Wait. Wait, wasn't the email just if you were the one that sent me, were you the one that sent me the link to that video? There was nothing, there was nothing in the email. If that wasn't you, that means I never got your email. If that was you that sent it to me way back and it was the link to that video, you're saying read the email, there was nothing in the email. They were blank, and whoever sent me those emails, the link was up where the title was of the email. So I had to copy and paste, so it wasn't even a proper link really. But you're saying read the email. There was no email to read. So I don't know what you're talking about. So that wasn't you that sent the link to that video, that like a minute video then? If it wasn't, I never got your email. I thought that was you. Yeah, but you're okay, but why did you just say, well, at least read the email if there's nothing in the email? Now you're really confusing me. What am I reading? I'm definitely gonna look at the video and read it. If it's interesting, I'm making some shorts tonight. So if it's interesting, I'll make a short out of it. But are you the one that made the video or not? I'll put it with the rest of the texts and stuff that I found. Did you send me another one? This the same link, maybe? Oh, you sent me another. Okay, cool. Thanks. Does this have him walking? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna go through more of the page and see if I can find anything interesting. See if I could find the other ones that they were talking about in the thing. But yeah, I just got the other one you sent me. Okay. But no, I'm just definitely planning on watching that video. I was gonna play it, but I'm just so tired. I just wanna go. So I'll probably be better off to like read it first. What the text say. All right, bye guys. I'm gonna end this. Have a good day. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing pre-records and shorts and stuff. So, oh, yeah, I think so, Matta. It's crazy. Isn't it crazy how we were all ready to just like, yep, it was Richard. I mean, there was always a part of me that was doubting it because that was doubting that it was only him because I always thought there had to be more than one person. And then the way that the law enforcement did that press conference, it almost sounded like that they even were looking for somebody else. So, but for the most part, a lot of people were already like, oh, murderer, but like he might not be, dude. And that bullet, I don't know, that could have even just been staged, like where they found a bullet and then they somehow wanted to somehow link it to Richard and wanted this case to be solved or whatever. So then when they got the warrant, take a bullet from one of Richard's real guns so they have it for the trial. So like if they have it for his defense, like if the defense wants it, they'll have a real bullet that came from his gun when they did the search warrant. They could pretend it was the one they got out of the dirt between them, and it might not have really been because they don't even have any pictures of it out of the out where you could clearly see it, they said. So it's just making me mad. I don't think he did it either now. This was very convincing. Very convincing. And even for some reason it comes out that they let's say that the theory of who that they think it is wrong. It still convinces me that it was some kind of ritual, and it was, you know what I'm saying? So let's say that they got the wrong group of guys and it was just another group of the guys. It's still convinces me there was some kind of ritual that had to do with this Odinite thing. You know what I'm saying? So either way, it's hard to believe it's Richard. You know what I'm saying? And so you guys following me? Like, let's say it's either way. I'm like, I don't think I'm having trouble believing that I feel like it is some kind of ritual because there's too many things. How are they just going to put off like that whole part? Like it was just some normal murder when there was all this staging. That's why if he has no connections to the Odinites, I think it is. I think it's definitely a part of that. I'm not 100% that it's this group of guys, but the connections are crazy. I mean, it looks like they have a lot of connections where it makes sense. It could be this group of guys, but overall, I feel like whoever it is, I think it is some kind of like Odinite type people. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's a member, that kind of stuff, regardless. Which makes it not look like Richard, if that makes sense. Like, so God, I really think it's not Richard either. Oh no, I know, but what I'm saying, Scarlett, is what if since they got the warrant, they take the gun, so they have his gun, they get the warrant, and then they really do take a bullet that's whatever they have to do to make it cycle through the gun. Because then they have the gun and they can put a bullet through that gun, and there you go. Because they never showed pictures of showing for sure. So if that defense, what he's saying is true, you could only see the bullet in the dirt, so you can't really tell exactly what kind of bullet is 100%. So what I'm saying is that they could have grabbed the bullet on the search warrant, grabbed the gun, cycle it through, made a bullet that matches all that, and say, here's the bullet that we found. Nobody would know the difference, is what I'm saying, right? Wait, who do you think? Richard Allen legacy? What are you saying that I feel he's BG? Who? Richard? But you saw how closely that Richard looks like Brad, right? So if you're saying you think he's BG because he looks like him, then you have to think it's just as a good possibility that Brad is because they look so similar, is my point. But it's, I don't. You saw that here. Let me find that one where the person did the side by side. So, I mean, it almost could be the same like, yeah, if somebody said this was the same guy, I would think it would be. Like, I'd be like, oh, okay, just maybe different. Oh man, why won't this work? Like, look. They look very similar. I'm just saying, like, but I don't know. I mean, it definitely has a ton of reasonable doubt now because I don't think one guy would stage a whole scene like that. So here's my theory. I for sure don't think it was Richard Allen alone. Like I could almost bet on that because there has to be more than one person involved. I'm sorry. But from what we just learned, man, it's hard. I don't think it's Richard now, but as far as just Richard, I would say no way. If it is him, there's some help too. There's more people involved. But that's true. The dressing like him. I don't know. It's crazy. Then maybe he was involved with them. Maybe they were all in on it and he took the blood. I have no idea, but something is not right with it though. There's some stuff that's just not adding up. I'm sorry. I don't know. They're from what the defense have, they have enough reasonable doubt. I'm just saying if they present all this from a jury, he's not going to get convicted. If all they have is that bullet and they don't even have pictures of it, like from the crime scene after it was taken out, like I don't think he'll be convicted. So therefore, we're going to have to still be looking for the murderer because there's no way a jury would convict him after what we just learned, unless if the state has more than what we've seen. I just don't think that there's no way a jury, because there'd be too much reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? I think that's too much for them to convict them, in my opinion. Like I said, I'm not saying 100% it's not him, but I just think a jury would have trouble. I don't know. I just don't think a jury would be able to convict him after all of that. And like I said, if for some reason Richard's involved, there's other people too. There's no way he did that all himself. And then I feel like there's some kind of ritual. There's something. That staging, there's something behind that. I'm sorry. Yeah, legacy, maybe. Yeah. Let's just see where it goes from now, you know? The politician's last name is literally an eyewitness. Really? All right, guys. Let's maybe we'll probably do another live. What is today? Today is what? You know what the day is. It is Tuesday. So yeah, probably this week. I'm sure I'm going to be doing probably some shorts recorded on stuff I find. I want to do like work on some shorts too. But yeah, maybe we'll do like an open panel. We could chat about it as we let all this absorb and stuff, and give people a chance to get caught up on the documents, and then we'll maybe chat about it. Do like some kind of panel. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Well, I'll see you probably maybe tomorrow, sometime soon. I'll be doing another live. But like I said, I've been releasing like pre-recorded, so go check them out, guys. I spent a lot of time on them, and they're pretty good. All right, bye.